Hello. Thought I unmuted myself and I didn't. One moment, because I forgot to configure my video before I started. I really wish it would stop. Don't do that. It's not too bad. That looks fine. Okay. I wish it would stop turning on my freaking white balance. I love these headphones, but my camera does not. At all. They're a little too aggressively blue for it. Oh, my hair's a mess. Boy, I should have brushed this before stream. I don't know what to do with it. So I turned my volume up on accident and it's too much. Now I'm just playing with my hair. Goodness gracious. Sure, what's up? Happy Friday. Hope you guys had a good week. I just handed in my final for my last summer class. So, your girl is free and clear for another, 2.5 weeks before my next class starts. Anyway, I don't know why I keep saying that. Yeah, we're gonna do more Ace Attorney tonight, because I gotta get through this game so we can start playing horror games. I gotta look. I spent a very long time last week, one day last week, or last weekend, or the weekend before. It might have been 2 weeks ago. Reorganizing I'll show you, my Steam library, and just having a blast doing it. What screen do I want to be on? Live scene, and I want to turn on display capture. It's my beautiful Steam library, but I did all these categories to make things, I don't know, easier for me, because I had so many unlisted games, and I would just scroll through it and be like, So now I have organization. This is the punishment zone. These are for games we do not speak about. This is also games we do not speak about. Why did I? Oh, scary horror. I was looking for horror. I called it scary horror because I'm an adult. We got lots. We're gonna definitely do this bad boy. Oh, Lord. I don't know anything about what the second game is about. I have no clue. I've heard it's less confusing. It's either more or less confusing, which is not very helpful of categorization. We played this bad boy. It's just not on YouTube. I should go back at some point and get the rest of the achievements. And then I guess if we finish this bad boy in a decent amount of time, as in, for some reason we finish it well before Halloween, which I do not expect, maybe we'll do some mortuary assistant. I know this is a whole month away. So I don't know why I just keep talking about it, but I do. Yeah. I have a decent amount of horror games. I'm pretty sure all these are horror. Anyway. See my wild ass Steam library. Let's launch the game. Thank you, music. Thank you for the music. Ba 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 ba. Wheel the game. Oh, I think it's maybe actually loading. Maybe. There she is. So, we've got 1.5 cases left, if I remember correctly. I have too many tabs open in my phone. Entirely too many tabs. Don't need that anymore. Don't need that. Don't need that. Shush. Don't need that. Don't need that. Or that. Or this. Okay. Hi, Cody. This game feels shorter than the others. I think it kind of is. I don't know if it is, because when I look at the when I looked at the time to complete, or how long is this game, whatever that website is, these two games are about the same length, if not slightly longer than the original trilogy. And there's only 2. But we're in The Adventures of Cloud Kokoro. I think we're on the 4th case, right? Yes. So we have 2 trials, and then the last case of the game has 6 parts to it. Sorry, it has 8 parts to it. So the last case is going to be a doozy. It's got 4 investigations and 4 trials. That one's probably going to take 2 to 3 weeks. We might start it this week, depending on how long these 2 trial bits are. I think the first one's pretty short. I don't know. I keep a wiki on my phone, or a walkthrough, just in case I get stuck, because it's not fun to watch me get frustrated and click on all the wrong things. So, you've missed me rambling about horror games, Cody, but that was really all. How you doing, my friend? Oh, you didn't miss it? Love you. As I ramble about inconsequential things. I gotcha. Well, I hope that you finish soon, because fuck work. Well, I never expected this. Who'd have thought we'd be back here again so soon? We're on a study tour of Great Britain with the intention of learning... Why do I keep saying it like that? Britain. The intention of learning the country's legal practices. In order to research the latest court procedures here, we need as much court experience as possible. Well, yes, I suppose that's true, but for the person in the dock, it may well be his or her one and only time in court, and it could be life-changing. In which case, treating it as research may seem a little crass. Oh, when you put it like that, you're quite right. Good morning. Who the fuck? Oh, it's you. Oh God, your eyes. Did you sleep at all, my good man? I wouldn't blame you if you didn't. What voice did I give him? I don't remember. I think it was my generic older gruff man voice. Just like me. Cody, it's your twin. Mr. Natsume, good morning. Been smoking a doobie? Oh dear, are you alright? Your eyes are terribly bloodshot. The early bird catches the worm, as they say here in Britain. Yes, I've heard that expression. but I really don't want to catch a worm. So I desperately tried not to wake up early, but I was so worried I couldn't catch a wink. And now I'm absolutely exhausted as a result. Do all literary people take things so literally? Maybe. Thank you for putting your faith in us today, Mr. Natsume. I wish I had 9 lives. My whole future hangs in the balance. I'm too terrified to tremble. Looks like you're doing a good job of it there, my man. Really? Because I can feel tremors in the floor. He's so sassy. I love him. I can't do this. I can't take it. Although, locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Yes? I caught a glimpse of the public gallery as I walked by the courtroom. It looked like the opening night of the opera. There were so many people. I had no idea my case was such a notorious affair here in London. Oh, neither did I. Do you know why that might be, Miss Susato? Maybe because it's the only form of entertainment they've got? I'm sorry, Mr. Naruhodo, but I have no idea. So that all-knowing look on your face is just coincidence then, is it? Don't hide the truth from me! It's because of the Reaper, isn't it? Lord Van Zieks? Is that right, Miss Susato? I purchased as many different newspapers as I could find this morning, and yes, Lord Van Zieks is on the front page of every one. I knew it. Sometime after the prosecution was dubbed the Reaper of the Bailey, he stopped appearing in court, it seems. It's been several years now, in fact, until the day before yesterday. Yes, Inspector Gregson told us something similar, didn't he? The trial 2 days ago marked Lord Van Zieks' return to the courtroom after a very long hiatus. The trial of Magnus McGilded. Ugh, what a harrowing experience that was. I believe that Sorry, I got distracted by the way her mouth moved. I believe that appearance made even greater waves here in the capital than today's. That we wouldn't have realized, of course, having only just arrived in the country. Why is the Reaper back in the Bailey so soon, for what appears to be a mundane murder? That's the question the papers are asking. Are they all speculating various answers? Mundane is the most significant saga of the century to some of us. He looks very green. Oh, excuse me. My ear is itching. Oh dear, I meant no offense, Mr. Natsume, but that is how the papers are describing it. And they're calling it a murder now. Is she dead? Well, lest we also forget the fact that it could spark an international incident. Obviously, the reappearance of this infamous prosecutor has caught people's attention. But there's another blatant similarity with the trial 2 days ago. Yes, I agree. Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. It's you. Me? I'm just a cold little girl with crazy hair. Me? Well, I suppose that's true. Wow, my hair really just is doing the most today. Look at this sticking. Anyway, I need to stop looking at myself. Both times it is you who stands against this legendary prosecutor. It can only mean that you are friends with the Reaper. Please, I don't rub shoulders with Deathbringers. Anime hair. Yeah, I'm having an anime hair day. I'm afraid that there's really only one other explanation. It can only be another example, Mr. Naruhodo, of your uncommon bad luck. Thanks for that. Oh, this is just my luck. Why must I be represented by a man with such frail fortune? By the least lucky lawyer alive. Well, let's not forget that it was you, Mr. Natsume, who asked me to represent you. Yes, it's true that I'm just a student, new to London, with little in the way of experience or skills or luck. But I promise you this. I will fight your corner until the bitter end. In your corner. And I will believe in you, Mr. Natsume. So I think hearing you talk about yourself, thinking Ryunosuke said that was a trip. Sorry. It's hard when I just make the main character my voice, because that's the easiest thing to remember. Oh, benevolent locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Otherwise, I rotate through like 3 things. It's hard because they're all British, except for him. And I can't, my British accent is already bad. I can't make, like, just do British voices for everybody in this godforsaken game. You're not alone here with us, Mr. Natsume. I can't assault all of your ears with that, is really what I mean. Whatever happens, we'll always be on your side. But you is sassy enough, you could hear him mockingly say it. True. True. He is a sass. He's just filled with sass. And I love him so much. He can dish it out. Oh, benevolent non-locum assistant, Miss Mikatoba Esquire. Oh my god, this is too much. Too many titles, too many words. I am in your debt forever. I shall never forget this great Mr. Natsume, counsel for the defense. The court session is about to begin. Kindly make your way to the courtroom at once. He looks green. Alright then, Mr. Natsume. It's time. Let's go. Yes! This is it. My second appearance in a British courtroom. And my second trial against the Reaper. You're gonna call him Luigi? Sounds good. Oh! It's a Kazuma jump scare. Every time they bring him up and I'm not expecting it. It's like a jump scare. Oh, God. I hope you're watching over me, Kazuma. Dead husband jump scare. When he popped up in the last case, or like last week, it literally like took me so off guard. I felt my heart like wrench. I was like, oh no, there he is. Because this time I won't let my faith waver. I'll believe in my client to the last. Well, our last client was a piece of shit, so I don't blame you, Ryunosuke. Just like you believed in me. My faith also wavered in him, my man. I believe I can do this now. I'm ready for this fight. Handsome boy. Handsome, dead boy. Murdered by a 15-year-old child. Sort of accidentally. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The Queen? Who ruled England in, like, 1890? Because that's, I think, roughly when this game... English. Monarch. 1890. Yeah, I was about to say. Pretty sure it was Queen Elizabeth's dad. Anyway. King Edward the, like, 8th. No, not Edward the 8th. 7th. Anyway. Now call upon the counsel for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is fully prepared, my lord. The defense is ready, my lord. Oh my god, Ryunosuke, get your eyes in check. Vampire man. The Nipponese are a truly fascinating breed. Sorry, what? Yeah, what? Excuse me? Lord Strongheart has told me all about you. That you are a student who arrived in London but 2 days ago. A mere amateur. I hate saying that. I know it's just like Japanese, but Nipponese. But it sounds racist. And maybe it is, and I don't know it enough, but like, it just feels... I don't like anything anybody in this game has to say when they're referring to the Japanese unless they are Japanese. Like, Yeah, British people say it very slur-like. Do you have a point? Being a compatriot, you feel compelled to try to help the accused, I suppose. Typical Nipponese arrogance. I'm sorry, what? Forgive me, but I do not believe arrogance is an appropriate description. Susato-san. After all, at our previous encounter, the defendant was found to be innocent. Fucking good on you, Susato-san. Roast him. I don't like this man. He put his boot on the desk. Very true, and a most fascinating, if dark, trial it was, too. The tragic conclusion came later, of course. Here's to the acquitted, and his unfortunate, violent end. Thank you, counsels. I see both sides are in fine fettle. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, are you ready to carry out your duties here in court as impartial members of the public? You never know when you might be down on your luck, but I believe in fair pay for everyone. I don't know what these voices are. I'm not going to remember that. Well, I must warn you, I'm rather more ruthless than I appear. Well, not me. What you see is what you get. I'm a peace-loving fellow. Oh, it's you! I'm afraid... What was her voice? I'm afraid to say I think it's quite possible that a mustached foreigner did the deed. Come on, what are we waiting for? No doubt he did it anyway. Sorry. Didn't quite catch that. Very well, let us proceed. That's going to be a hard one to differentiate. Your opening statements, if you please, Lord Van Zieks. Very recently, Great Britain signed an alliance with a rising power in the Far East. The accused is in the dock today is a student from that same land, a certain Mr. Soseki Natsume. And while our country has extended this foreign student the warmest of welcomes, regrettably, the kindness has not been returned. In fact, the student is accused of a most sinister act. Of plunging a knife into the back of an innocent woman who was doing nothing but walking down the street. The way that lamppost just took that, bravo! A knife crime? I tell you from bitter experience, those are the worst. Bloody oath they are. Just look at that sallow complexion and short stature. He's one of those dreadful Japanese. They don't make lamps like that anymore. Come on, let's get this over with. Everyone, 1, 2, 3. Sorry, didn't quite catch that. That man's gonna be like evil. Pray, forgive the discourtesy of smashing my hollowed chalice here in this great chamber. My man, that's like the 4th time you've done that. At some point, we have to stop forgiving you. Allow me to call the first witness to the stand. Very well. Bailiff, lead the inspector in, please. Is this our undercover man? Oh, no, it's Chips McGee. Your name and occupation, please. Oh, I gave him the gumshoe voice. Or the accent. Yes, sir. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector at Scotland Yard. That's not. I don't know why I said that was Gumshoe's voice. It's definitely not. Would you please summarize the events of the case for the court, Inspector? The victim is thought to be a young woman in her 20s by the name of Olive Green. I beg your pardon, Inspector. Thought to be. Yes, having been stabbed in the back by a attacker's knife, the victim fell unconscious. And that was 3 days ago now, and she's been comatose ever since. Did nobody find her family? Did nobody find a friend? Why do we know her name but nothing else about her? Hi! Welcome! You love Olive? I'm excited to meet Olive. Gumshoe's voice in the early days was an enigma. Gumshoe's voice in the late days was also an enigma. I think I just skipped... Wait, what did she do? What did he just say? No, that's not what I wanted. Tea. Oh, no. Okay. I'm just losing my mind. You hate Joan, though? Joan can burn in hell? I don't know if I know who Joan is. Do I know? Oh, wait. Is Joan the wife? Is Joan the wife? I did that part last week, so I'm... This... Yeah, this woman. Fuck this woman. This fucking ad break, but... She sucks. Well, I enjoyed her beating up her husband, but it was, hard. There's a, she can't hear me, but there's also an ad. So they don't even know who she is for sure? Comatose, I see. But her life is not in danger. Fortunately for the Eastern student, the charge will not be murder. Pray, elaborate on the details, Inspector. Sir, if I could ask everyone to look at this street map. I thought that said lamp for a second. I was like, do we have another live demonstration in the middle of the courtroom? You remember how that went last time. As I mentioned, the incident took place 3 days ago, at around 5 in the afternoon. Happened on the pavement running alongside Briar Road, in a wide thoroughfare with horse-drawn vehicles. I don't know if this was his voice last week, but it's his voice now. It had not been long since stopped snowing. Since it stopped snowing, as the victim, Miss Green, was walking down the street. Mr. Garrett reminds you of your dad, so you hate her even more. Oh no! What? That's awful. She does suck. Both of them suck. I don't like either of them. Out of the blue, she was approached from behind by the accused, stabbed in the back. Luckily, the young lady's life was spared, and she's currently being treated in those city's hospitals. One of the city's hospitals. But being unconscious as she is, we've been unable to take a statement from her, of course. This is the case file with everything we know about the victim so far. Thank you, Inspector. The court will accept the documents as evidence, if you please. Gracias. What of the weapons that was used? Sir, I have it here. It was removed from the victim's back. Ouch, that big thing is starting to make me scared to walk down the street now. With a heavy blade like that, almost anybody could have been able to stab the poor woman. Even the scragged-looking Soseki-san, I suppose. A common or garden jackknife, I would say. Okay, rather nondescript. Thank you, Inspector. The court accepts the blade as evidence. The jackknife? The switchblade? Like a utility knife. I don't know. We'll say something you buy at a gas station. Exactly. Not a switchblade. It's like a pocket knife or a... Yeah, whatever the fuck those things are called. I don't have any knives, so I'm... not well educated. Though some man at the Ren Fair really tried to get me to buy his last knife last year. And I was like, no thank you, I'm good. Now then, what do we know of the motive? Money or valuables, I presume? Question mark. Presume? I'm so old I forget my punctuation sometimes. From what we can tell by looking at the woman's possessions, seems like she's a poor student herself. Hard to imagine she would have had anything much worth pinching, my lord. I see. Well, in that case, are we looking at some deep-seated resentment toward the victim? Wow, that's intense, Grandpa. I'm afraid I couldn't say. Apart from visiting second-hand bookshops, the defendant, Mr. Natsume, didn't appear to go out much. At this moment in time, we haven't been able to establish any sort of connection between him and the victim. My man, you already spoke out. You don't need to raise your hand. I love you so much. If theft and grievance have been ruled out as the motive, what reason could Mr. Natsume possibly have for stabbing the young woman? Yet you arrested the man in spite of that in a totally unjustified and heavy-handed way. He did flee from the crime scene, Ryunosuke. Oh my god. Can you stop breaking things, my man? Pray forgive the discourtesy of flinging a freshly uncorked bottle into the public gallery. Yeah, that would have hurt someone. This is called, I call this domestic abuse the game because, wow, it's awful with that. It's domestic abuse the game. It's racism the game. It's putting feet on your desk in front of everybody in the courtroom game. The game. This game is wild. I love it. I'm having a blast. But, like, holy shit. Pray forgive the oh, I already said that. But your words have soured its hallowed bouquet. Alright, well, you can go fuck yourself. I don't like him at all. He's, like, one of the first, well, not one of the first, he's the second prosecutor who I, like, just don't like at all. He does not rival, what's his name? Kristoff from Apollo, but, oh boy. For it is you, my learned friend, who is being heavy-handed here. I'm sure I'll get some kind of tragic backstory for him, but what? This must be Godot's ancestor with all these glasses he's shattering? That, you know, wine to coffee is not a huge leap. Scotland Yard does not arrest people without good cause. That should be beyond question. I don't fucking know about that, my man. Inspector Gregson, the prosecution calls for your formal testimony. Explain to the court precisely why the constabulary came to arrest the Nipponese student. Yes, sir. He's him and his fucking french fries. As I said, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon when the incident occurred, and there was an unusually light fog. Visibility was reasonably good, and there was no one else about but the victim and the accused. Wi-Fi keeps cutting out. You're on the road. Oof. I'm so sorry. Out of the blue, the victim was stabbed from behind and subsequently collapsed on the pavement. The accused ran off, scattering his belongings all over the floor. Those being a number of old books he just bought. He was on his way home from a bookshop, it seems. It was just a matter of working out who the books belonged to. We found the blow to arrest him. I mean, fair enough. He fled the scene. Like, I can't blame them for arresting him. He fucking fled the scene. Old books, you say? Not that he probably wouldn't have been arrested if he stayed at the scene, too, but... Yes, my lord. I have a photograph here of the scene of the crime, taken immediately after the incident. Oof. What a knife. Yes, I can clearly see the books in which you're referring. That's a deep stab, right in her frickin' spine. I will take that photographic print as evidence, please, Inspector. Gracias. You Nipponese are a spineless breed, too cowardly to admit defeat. Denying everything despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary. There is not overwhelming evidence. You freak. Well, Forgive me, Lord Van Zieks, but the defendant is not denying everything, as you put it. What are you doing, Miss Susato? Do go on. Mr. Natsumi has admitted to playing some part in the incident. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, now that you mention it. When we visited him in prison yesterday, he did tell us what had all happened. Sometimes this game puts the words in a weird order. As I was walking down that accursed pavement, I could make out the sole silhouette of another ahead of me. A woman was wearing a green overcoat, she was, and just as I went to overtake her, I don't remember what his voice was already. I was just doing it. She suddenly let out a little scream and collapsed into the cold, hard slabs of stone at my feet. I was terrified. I had to get away from there. So I ran as fast as my legs would carry me back to my accursed lodgings. A green overcoat? Well, that's exactly what the woman in that print is wearing. Oh, fuck you. Oh my, a photographic print in full color. What will the world come up with next? The defendant has done nothing more than admit he fled the scene of a terrifying incident. That does not mean he's guilty of the heinous crime of stabbing the woman in the back. There was nobody else there at the time, just the two of them, the victim and the accused. In other words, there is nobody else who could have possibly stabbed the woman. A ghost did it. In fact, a fact that the accused concedes. It seems this cross-examination could prove to be pivotal, counsel. Proceed, please. Yes, my lord. Nothing for it. Have to use this cross-examination to turn the tables here. It's our only chance. Alright. I don't remember what this fucking man said. I do love the swords and the stained glass. They look so fun. It was 5 in the afternoon when it occurred, and there was an unusually light fog. Visibility was any good. Nobody about the victim and accused. The victim was stabbed from behind and collapsed on the pavement. Ran off, scattering his belongings on the floor. Number of books he just bought on his way from a bookshop. Let's just arrest Jonas. She can be executed for this. Better yet, all of my favorite convicts can be let free. We just punish Joan instead. I got this plan, Jonas. I love your hatred of this woman. It's great. Oh my god. Oh god, I don't know. On his way from the bookshop. I don't know. I don't like her vibe. Let's execute her. The defendant apparently visits a secondhand bookshop on a daily basis. Yes, so I understand. A shop full of old English literature. I commend the accused on the lofty subject matter of his scholarly attention. The bloke's room was stacked floor to ceiling with those musty old books. Can you tell us more about the bookshop in question, please, Inspector? Well, if I must, I'll have to ask you to look at the street map again, I'm afraid. The closest second-hand bookshop to the accused lodgings is this place here, Bourbon Books. A little place on the corner of Briar Road and Mearsham. Why? Meerkat Street. As it happens, the accused is currently living in the lodgings on the other side of Briar Road, at the opposite end. Which means it doesn't take a genius to work out the route he would have taken home. Something like this. Excuse me. Yes, I concur with your conclusion, Inspector. The defendant would certainly have passed the scene of the crime on his way home from that particular shop. Mr. Naruhodo, I think that what the inspector just told us could turn out to be of vital importance. Yes, I agree. The most important point the inspector just made being... No! This is not the first time I've done that on accident. The crucial details, the blah blah blah. I couldn't agree more. No, I don't. So where is it exactly? That's not what I want. You winded me up, sunshine. I just explained that. Got the map out and everything. Used red blooming ink. And drew the bloke's rude home on him for you. Insanely passionate about everything I do. My love for characters becomes obsession. My dislike is because pure hatred. It's the autism, I assume, makes my emotions unbridled. Oh, those streets are named after old tobacco companies. Oh, I did not pick up that. Thank you. That's very interesting. I'm gonna have to go through that all again. So, Mrs. Sick, I remember seeing you not along, counsel. Yeah, I know. I fucked up. The blunder of the day goes to you. I understand. Just let me redo it. I was trying to advise you look here. I know. No, I fucked up. Alright, we're gonna just speed our way through this real fast. Enjoy the sound of my clicking spacebar. Uh-huh. Oh, I made it nice and quiet now. Thank you for your little animation. So I redo. And this important port just made being the name, the stock, the location. Well, it's not the location. The Bookshop stock is books. So it's not that either. So it's gotta be the name, which I forget what that was called. Bourbon Bookstore, I think it was. Inspector Gregson, may I ask you a favor? What? Would you kindly add the name of the bookshop to your formal testimony, please? I believe it may be of vital importance. Maybe. Oh, I know where we're going. I know where we're going. Oh, well, you know, I mean, yes, it could be a very important clue. I know where we're going. Very well, not that I concede it being of any great significance, but please revise your testimony accordingly, Inspector. Yes, sir, my lord, whatever you say. Could the man be any more sardonic? Ryu has ADHD. They should just leave him alone. He's just a little guy. He's just a little guy. I think there should be a button where you can skip old text. Yes, you can hold to skip text. There's one on the Switch. I might be able to just hold down space. I have not tried it yet. The second hand, I assume it's this. I would like to examine it. Your books. Gotcha, dumbass. If I could just stop you there, Inspector Gregson. What is it, sunshine? I'm a busy man, you know. Yes, they absolutely do, Cody. This is a receipt we found in Mr. Natsume's room. It was issued on the day of the incident and details the purchase of 3 secondhand books. You found that in the Q's room, did you? Yes, but the point is not where the receipt was found, but the name of the shop printed on it. Go on. This receipt was issued from a bookshop called Your Books. Your Books? Y-O-R-E, I presume. Yes, my lord. I almost said Y-O-O... Y-O-O... I don't even know what I was going to say, but it wasn't Y-O-R-E. I was like, Y-O-R... I'm losing my mind. Just drink more alcohol. Yes, my lord. So Mr. Natsume did indeed purchase a number of books at a secondhand bookshop that day. However, the bookshop in question was not Bourbon Books. What? Inspector, do you know if I am doing all the wrong voices now? Do you know of this other bookshop? Yes, sir. Your Books is another secondhand bookshop not far from Bourbon Books. I want to say Bourbon Street. It's just that, well, it's such a small place. I didn't think the accused would have known about it. But in fact, that is the bookshop which the defendant visited on the day in question. And this receipt proves it. Yes, for what difference it makes. Wherever the man purchases musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis. He's got such a cute voice. I disagree. I mean, after all, I have the street map here, if that might be of help. Oh, yes, thank you. Have a look at this, please. If the defendant had been returning from Bourbon Books, then yes, he would have almost certainly have passed the place where Mrs. Green was attacked. Miss Green. Oh my god. Shut up, people. Okay. However, if we take into account the fact that he was actually at another bookshop, Your Books, it may very well turn out that he wouldn't have passed that location at all. Could that be true? My, it rather depends on where this other bookshop is, but I do declare it may be a possibility. Is that right, Mr. Lawyer, sir? What you just said? Absolutely. It absolutely could be right. Alright, somebody point out the fucking bookshop on the map. Inspector Gregson, where is this Your Books establishment? Well, obviously we looked into that. Obviously. Turns out that Your Books is just here on the next corner of Meerkat Street, going east. So he could have probably gone the same way. As you can clearly see now, he probably went the exact same way. Oh. I mean, he could have gone the other way, but probably didn't, because it would have been longer. My learned friend, I hate saying that, is obviously in training to be a clown, the way he regales us with such witticisms. To your future career in the circus. You put that glass down now, or I'll put it down for you. I, didn't think I need to spell that out, but here we go. If the accused was coming home from Your Books instead of Bourbon Books, I keep saying Bourbon Street, there's no doubt he still would have passed the place where the victim was stabbed. Yes, thank you, Inspector. Ugh. Where'd you get all that shit back? You already smashed it on people's faces and a lamp. Allow me to reiterate for my learned, if somewhat slow friend. Fuck you. Another one. Do you just have like a rack of them underneath your bench? Wherever the man purchases musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis. You are absolutely right, he does. As I suspected, you can't fool me, and I don't suggest you try. How has nobody noticed? Ryunosuke, open your goddamn eyes and notice. What did I say, eh? I've had enough of this now. Beg your pardon. Terribly sorry, but would you mind repeating that? Mr. Naruhodo, we mustn't give up. What? What do you mean? If the prosecution's assertion is correct, the members of the jury may well decide that Mr. Natsume is guilty. She's absolutely right. We must consider the assertion just put forward by the prosecution very, very carefully. It claims Saseki-san must have passed the location of the incident on his way home from Your Books, but raise an objection. The assertion just made by the prosecution is fundamentally flawed. Explain yourself, counsel. Yes, my lord. You can see what I mean on this map. When returning from Your Books to his lodging, Mr. Natsume could have followed the route suggested by the prosecution. However, that isn't the only conceivable route to take between the two places. If the defendant used these streets, look what happens. He arrives back at his lodgings without passing the location where the victim was attacked. He canonically has an entire case filled with chalices. I think he can fit a stock and a few alcohol bottles under the bench. Oh my gosh. Talking back to a clown is a fool's errand, of course. However, I feel compelled to point out that that route is what is commonly referred to as the long way round. On a cold winter's night, why would any man choose to take a longer route home? Well, I don't know, maybe he just felt like it. Sometimes you just feel like it. The answer is extremely simple. He wouldn't. In other words, the accused took the obvious route back to his lodgings, and the obvious perpetrator of this crime is the obvious. Why don't we fucking ask him? I mean, he could lie, but, yes, I've got it. Obviously, We must ask the man himself. Ryunosuke, we're in sync, my man. Ask Mr. Natsume which route he took home. I have already informed the court of the accused response to such questioning. He claims he has no recollection. That's right. As I said, the bloke seems to spend his time outside wandering aimlessly from A to B. That day was no exception. He says he doesn't remember where he was or which route he took home. If he's wandering aimlessly, why would he take the short way? I don't believe this. Oh, fuck off. I thank you, my learned friend, and suggest that we do not waste any more of the court's time, by wandering aimlessly around this subject. Pray, what say you, insightful jurors? No. But even if that is the case, the defense still... Oh, good lord. I agree with Lord Van Zieks, wholeheartedly and in every way. What? I don't believe it. Does this mean... We members of the jury are completely convinced now. This court system is so fucked. Very well, in that case, I hereby call upon all members of the jury to present your findings to the court.
Guilty.
Oh.
Guilty.
Oh!
Guilty.
I don't remember this.
Guilty. Guilty. Guilty.
You couldn't hear a damn thing, my man. Good lord. It would appear the jury's leaning is unanimous. Come on, we gotta do our stupid little jury convincing dance. To the insightful members of the jury, I applaud your brave resolve. You serve queen and country admirably. Mr. Naruhodo. No, not yet. This isn't over yet. I still have one last chance to sway the opinion of the jury. Did I think McGilded is innocent or guilty? I kind of think he was guilty. He's real sleazebag. I don't know, he's dead anyway, so it doesn't really matter, but... or, he's apparently dead. But... I have to tip the balance of those scales the other way. I have to turn this around. I kind of think that the jackass was guilty. Somehow. Otherwise, he was just a real sleazebag in general. Those are the eyes of Quarry, not yet willing to give up and die. So I presume you intend to wield your rights again in this trial. Obviously, rights of the defense written to antiquated British law that should have been buried long ago. Call it antiquated if you will, but it's the defense's prerogative to carry out a summation examination if it so chooses. Fuck yeah, Cody! Have a drink with me. Cheers! 3 hours of overtime for the paycheck. Fuck yeah. That's gonna feel real nice when the direct deposit hits. Very well, counsel. In accordance with the letter of the law, we shall proceed with the summation examination. Are the members of the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Of course we are. I'm all too familiar with that Nipponese whippersnapper and his onkus refusal to throw in his alley. What the fuck? His what? Some bikes and some wine. I'm drinking... What am I drinking? Seltzer, but that's just because that's all we have in the house. That's cold. And doesn't need a mixer that I don't have. Very well then. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty. That old man didn't hear a fucking word. How can he... McGilda makes me mad. Mason was such a sweet old man. He was a father. He deserved better. McGilda is burning in hell now. Yes. Who is... died in that case. Oh, yeah, so it was the hat guy. Yep, you're right. He was a father. I always forget the victims because they're dead. And you don't see them very often. I couldn't picture him. Anyway, I need to stop. For pity's sake, that Nipponese oddity already admitted it to himself, didn't he? If he says that a woman in green collapsed before his eyes, why can it only have been the victim? The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop, not in winter. So the poor woman was attacked from behind, was she? How dreadful! Hot topic, cherry lime sakura soda. That sounds very interesting. I really don't care. Can we wrap this up now? I've got work to be doing. Why are you on the jury? Your books, yes. Nice shop, that. But bourbon books? No, not worth a visit. That's what you convicted? I'm sorry. What? That was nonsense. With only minor exceptions, the reason for finding the defendant guilty are all too clear. When the stabbing occurred, there were only two people at the scene, were the victim and the accused. And the accused himself has admitted to seeing the victim in her green overcoat sink to the ground before his eyes. Furthermore, we have heard from the inspector that the defendant then fled the scene. I must say, I would have ample grounds to convict this man already. No, you wouldn't. There's no goddamn evidence. Anyway. Oh dear, even the judge appears convinced of Natsumi's guilt now. Why did he have to run away like that? And how are we supposed to believe in some phantom attacker that nobody could see? This is impossible. How could I possibly make a case for the defense? Mr. Naruhodo, this is no time for grumbling. If we want to force the trial to continue, yes, I know, I have to turn the tide. I must make the jurors change their minds. Well, 4 of them, at least. Exactly. We have no choice but to forge forward. Tastes very good. It was very good soda. You could hear me through the ads? Interesting. I haven't watched Twitch from somebody I don't subscribe to in a hot minute. You have the floor, counsel. Begin your summation examination. Yes, my lord. I also only ever watch on mobile because I don't know why. I just need to keep this trial going somehow, whatever it takes. Come on, Ryunosuke, you can do it. Look at me. Looking all fancy. Admitted it, didn't he? Collapsed before his eyes. Why can it only have been the victim? Why couldn't it? You're right that at the time of the incident, the defendant admits to having seen someone wearing a green overcoat walking ahead of him. Quite well, that's precisely my point. Clearly, that someone wearing green was the victim. Been debating on buying ad-free just to make it easier to watch, folks. I'm not sub to, but they've been saying they're doing ad changes soon. I don't watch Twitch enough for me to justify that. Personally. And when they're like, they keep doing all these ad changes, and I don't understand. I don't get them all. Like, some just make up your mind, is what I'm saying. Twitch, figure it out. Slightly hang up, as I don't either, but I keep meaning to. Fair. And clearly that funny little Nipponese man with the disturbing mustache is the culprit. Half of the people in this game do be racist. It is, you know, Great Britain during its colonization era, the height of its colonization era. But let us not forget, madam, the defendant vehemently denies attacking the woman. Why, of course he does. If he admits to stabbing her, his life is over. The man is obviously a liver-faced coward, honestly, claiming the woman simply collapsed before his eyes. But if that's a lie, as you're suggesting, do you not think he would have concocted something more credible? Oh, I really couldn't say. After all, you are foreign. Who's to say what goes through your funny little minds? Oh my lord, woman, shut up. I could tell you what's going through my funny little mind right now, but you wouldn't like it. I love him. I do declare the man has already made the admission. He himself had stated that there was nobody else around. Surely the conclusion is obvious. No one else could possibly have committed this awful crime. Ugh. If no one else could have done it, the accused must be the man. Really, it couldn't be more simple. Your argument is compelling in its simplicity, I must admit. Oh my, you are too kind, my lord. That went well for her. A man wouldn't have gone around the houses on the way back from the shop, not in winter. The poor woman was attacked from behind, was she? How dreadful. I don't care. Can we just wrap up now? I've got work to be doing. Oh, no, I didn't want to do that. I want to ask the man why the fuck he wants to get out of here so fast. I don't care. I love you, Susato, but I do not care. I have people to bother. I have racists to bother. A man's life is on the line here, sir. This will take as long as it takes. Don't get clever with me now, son. My life's on the line too, and so is my family's. The likes of you wouldn't understand, but a laborer like me can't afford to take time off. If I don't work, I don't eat. Neither do the wife and kids. Oh, I see. That must be very hard. I go to the union every morning to find out what he's doing. If you're late and the work's taken, it's tough. This time of year, there's water and gas supply pipes bursting left, right, and center. They're after cheap labor to get the roads dug up to fix it. It's a hard slog from dawn till dusk it is. So you were out digging up the roads on the day of the incident as well, were you? That's right. In fact, if I remember rightly, it was just round the corner from where it all happened. By that old bookshop it was. What? Another coincidence? Poor Juror 5 is an abusive wife. Too many abuse. He's got an abusive wife? That's right. Meerkat Street it was. You're doing work on that street. Very good to know. On the map, Mr. Naruhodo, there are only 3 named streets. I do remember. I think it's the one at the top? Question mark? So, he couldn't have gone down the street because it was fucking blocked. What's the point then? Can we get this business over with now? Please, sir. It's important. Tis fine. I'll do it then. Hi, Morgan! Hi, lovely. How you doing, bub? On the day it happened, I was digging up the street from dawn till dusk. Alright, we're gonna pit you against this man. Pit. These two statements are clearly at odds with one another. At odds, counsel. Explain yourself. Please don't point. It wasn't me, I swear. What? I just want to get this done and dusted. Well, juror number 3? Oh, me, sir? What do you mean? I don't know what to do with this. Ugh, I love these animations. Look at him go. And that sassy little lean. Anyway, juror number 5's words just now are extremely significant. Let's take a moment to consider the implications of what's been said on our map of the local area. Date night in Fukama, love you. Love you too. Everything this damn man does has so much sass to it. He is the embodiment of sass. On the day in question, Mr. Natsume visited this bookshop to purchase a number of secondhand books. And on the same day, we now know that there were works being carried out on Meerkat, making it impassable, which means the defendant's route home could not have taken him along Mearscombe Street and down Briar Road. Oh, yes, of course. What do you think, sir? Well, yes, you can't argue with that, really, can you? We must have a good 2 yards or more of the pavement up. Every gentleman and gentlewoman that came along had to turn back and go the other way. So, the only conclusion is this. The defendant must have taken the longer route back to his lodgings. Yes, I suppose he must have. I suppose that must be right, eh? Juror number 3, you said the following. The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop. Why are you going so slow? But we see now that he had no choice. Yes. My lord, Mr. Judge, sir, if I may. Yes. I don't think in all good conscience that I can say the man's guilty now. Yes, I'd like to see this trial continue so we can get to the bottom of what really happened. What about you, sir? Who, me? Well, all right then. There's a hole in the prosecution's argument. It should be filled in, that's what I say. All right, 2 more assholes to convince. Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. That was wonderful. Well, we've managed to change a couple of minds at least. It strengthened our position somewhat. Yes, and it will prompt the other members of the jury to reconsider their stance as well. They'll be asking themselves if their current leanings are really right or not. Now, if we could just identify one or more clue or discrepancy that will make them stop doubting Mr. Natsume, we might be able to tip the balance completely. Thank you for retweeting the stream, Cody. Van Zieks is looking to bring the trial to an early conclusion. That's what we have to prevent, by whatever means we have at our disposal. Thank you, counsel. On the summation examination, on with it, please. Oh my god. Yes, my lord. I wish I put socks on. Okay. Poor woman was attacked. Not worth a visit. Why does he think this? It's such a weird statement. You trained... I thought I was pressing it. I keep pressing all of the wrong buttons in this godforsaken game. Sorry. Fold it, you say? Fold what? No. What I said was hold it. What I wanted to ask was, do you visit your books often? I like the old books they have in there, yes. I enjoy reading them over a nice cup of cold old tea. That's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day, including the day you're talking about. And at what time did you visit your books on the day in question? Well, I was picking out books in there all afternoon, and it would have been just before 5 that I left. That's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day, including the day you're talking about. So you were in there at the same time as our man, exactly just before 5, you say, exactly when the victim was attacked. Are you sure about the time? Oh, yes, no mistake there. I remember it well. I'm not about to forget that day in a hurry, not after the dreadful time I had. Oh, God. What do you mean? Well, I was walking down Calabash Road when I slipped on ice and dunked my head. It's always worse after the snow stopped falling. That's when it's most slippery. Knocked myself clean out, I did. I really thought my number was up. Wait a minute. Let me get this straight. This happened on Calabash Road? That's right. I live on Cornpipe, you see. Heading down Calabash Road is the quickest way for me to get back from your books. Juror number 6, I must insist that you add that information to your formal statement. It may very well be extremely significant.
Sorry, extremely sick. No, I'm quite all right now.
Old man juror, peak juror. Yes, I get it. I've changed 2 minds. Thank you so much for reminding me. He admitted it. The woman collapsed before his eyes from behind. I slipped that evening on Calabash Road and knocked myself clean out, you know. Okay. I assume it's him. I gotta pick, because we just got a new statement. So who am I pitting him against? I already admitted it to himself. That's not that. If he said that a woman... He's wearing a green coat! He's wearing a freaking green coat. These 2 statements clearly show a flaw in the juror's reasoning.
A flaw? What are you talking about, counsel?
Well, juror number 2? Juror number 6?
My, whatever do you mean, sir?
I think perhaps the old man didn't hear you. Unbelievable. It's not like I was loud or anything. There's at least one fact which we can be sure here. The bookshop receipt found in the defendant's room clearly indicates that on the day of the attack, he had been to your books and purchased a number of secondhand titles. He then returned home on foot.
But the man says he has no recollection of his return journey.
That's correct. But what he does remember is seeing someone appear in front of him on the way. Someone in a green overcoat who suddenly collapsed on the pavement before his eyes.
Yes, we are well aware of all this. The young woman, poor young woman who was stabbed, obviously.
Can we really be sure of that, madam?
My, whatever do you mean?
I'm sure you heard juror number 6's account of what happened to him that day. That same afternoon, there was somebody else apart from the victim, who was wearing a green overcoat and who fell over on the icy streets in the neighborhood.
Oh my! My goodness, you mean?
That man's voice changes every time I do it. That's right. I'm referring to, of course, to hard of hearing juror number 6.
Are you really suggesting that the person in the green overcoat whom the defendant saw collapse in front of his eyes was the jolly old gentleman at the end of the bench here with me today?
That is entirely possible, yes. After all, the old man has a somewhat similar build to the victim.
Look at that. My goodness me. Oh, sorry, you need to pee?
I can't believe they just made that joke. And crucially, we know precisely where the old man in the green overcoat fell.
On Calabash Road.
Therefore, if the person who Mr. Natsume saw collapsing in front of him was in fact juror number 6, it means the defendant must have taken the long route back to his lodgings. Yeah, but his books were on the ground around the victim. And if that's true, then clearly the crime scene on Briar Road where the woman was stabbed was not on his way home.
You idiot old man. I'd have been so daft as to be roaming about there. We'd have boxed this off hours ago. And really, what do you think you wear such a befuddling coat? What did you say to me? Is it a crime for the elderly to walk these streets, the streets these days? Is it a crime to slip over on the ice? Is it a crime to keep up with the latest styles and wear a beautiful green overcoat, is it? My lord, I do hope it won't cause any inconvenience, but... You'd like to change your leaning, I presume? I do declare that I would. I would like to call for a verdict of not guilty.
Thank you.
I would too.
What?
Is it a crime to change your mind, is it? Well...
His face immediately melts.
Well, that summation examination is concluded with a rather large shift in opinion.
Same exact shift as last time.
The ayes 2, the noes 4, so the noes have it. Not guilty, they say, which means we no longer have a consensus among the members of the jury. The trial will continue.
I don't know why it's not like 3 and 3. But okay. Just for more drama.
Could it seem churlish of me to drink from my hallowed chalice moments after raising an objection? Only to crush it in disgust.
Van Zieks, I don't give a
Fuck. Pray forgive the discourtesy.
Lord Van Zieks?
It seems I must retract my earlier remark.
What do you mean?
I mistakenly credited these jurors with intelligence by describing them as insightful. Yet we have just witnessed them falling for a cheap trick performed by an Eastern entertainer.
I hate this man. Whatever do you mean? I haven't tricked anyone. Everything I've said is the truth.
Indeed, stalwart juror number 5 was undoubtedly repairing the roads as he claimed. I believe you said it was a good 2 yards of the pavement which you had excavated, sir? That's right. Took me the whole day and they paid me a measly tuppence for it. Now, my learned Nipponese friend, tell me, do you have any notion of the distance that 2 yards represents?
Well, if I'm honest, I don't have a clue, no.
2 yards is a little less than 2 meters.
Less than 2 meters? That's not much at all.
In other words, a distance readily vaulted by anyone of moderate vigor.
Are you saying he fucking jumped it? Does our Poe-ass defendant really look like he's fucking vaulting over street work?
Would you not agree, my stalwart friend?
Me? Well, can't say you're wrong, no.
What? And did you perchance erect a sign to prevent pedestrians from passing the site of your works?
What a dream of it, what a waste of time. No coaches would have had a hope of passing anyway, so we just turned any gentlefolk back when they came. Kids just jump right over us all the time.
Some music. The accused is no gentleman as far as I can see.
Oh, go fuck yourself.
I have little doubt, however, that he could spring over a 2-yard trench in his meanderings around town.
I don't even know if I could. 2 yards is actually like a pretty big leap to make. I think. I don't know.
Is that true, is it? The incontrovertible truth and the books just purchased by the accused were found at the scene.
There could be no doubt that on his way back to his lodging, Mr. Natsume walked down Briar Road. Crushed in a single sentence. And old man.
Old man, you can talk.
You said that around 5 o'clock on the day in question, you slipped and fell on Calabash Road. Pray, was there a suspicious-looking Nipponese behind you at the time?
Oh, I, can't say as I remember.
You don't remember? I don't remember every person that's behind me on the street.
How about a wager, my learned friend? You say that this old man... It was the old man that the accused saw? But I would lay 1,000 to 1 against you being able to prove it. Lord Van Zieks, explain yourself. My lord, if you had such a trenchant argument up your sleeve, why in the world did you not offer it during the summation examination? I wanted to give this young foreign student the sightseeing experience he no doubt came for. I wanted him to see for himself how the opinion of the jury is so readily swayed.
Ugh. But my hospitality has its limits. And they have been reached, I fear. Hideki, so my learned friend, today's sightseeing tour of London is now over. What are you talking about? My lord, the prosecution requests permission to call its next witness to the stand. Granted. Bailiff, bring forth the witness. Its next witness? Witnesses? Witnesses? Mr. Naruhodo, do you not remember? We've been told on several occasions that there were eyewitnesses to the incident. Yes, I remember. One of them being a Scotland Yard policeman, no less. I'm afraid it's likely to be the prosecution's next witness. Alright. No matter who Van Zieks brings to the stand as his witness, and no matter what they say, I believe in Soseki-san. I know he's innocent, and I'll keep believing to the very end, till this battle is over. Witnesses, please state your names and occupations for the court. What a sleepy-looking man. Oh, God. Constable Roy Beat, sir. Nothing to report on the street, sir. Oh, man's got narcolepsy. And I'm Mrs. Beat. Patricia's my name, and I'm proud to say I'm this young town hero's wife. Roly and Patricia. What's the story here? Well, in truth, we've not been married long. In fact, we celebrated our first anniversary only the other day. No, it was your husband I was asking about. He seems tired. Hardly surprising. Whilst being an honorable occupation, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world. I don't know about that. Oh, really? I'm sure I've heard that before, actually. Indeed. Apart from rare days off, our gallant officers trudge some 20 miles a day, you know. They patrol boarding houses and pubs, collect taxes, survey the streets, check that the meters are reading true, and they're responsible for keeping the streets clean and lighting and extinguishing our street lights. There are a number of items that don't sound much like policing duties at all. I wouldn't just be falling asleep on my feet. I'd have collapsed long ago. But it goes without saying that a policeman's primary duty is the apprehension of criminals. Even when he's off duty, a constable is expected to investigate and resolve any crimes on his beat. For the London Bobby is a man of honor. And a man of slumber. On the day in question, this man and his wife were walking down Briar Road in the opposite direction, and they witnessed the incident as it occurred. Is that not correct, Mr. and Mrs. Beat? That's right, sir. Isn't it, Roly? Constable Roly Beat, sir. Nothing to report in the street, sir. What a great witness he's going to be. He's very cute. He's adorable. But anyway. Very good. I'd like to hear your formal testimonies now, please. You will tell the court exactly what you saw on the afternoon of the incident. Yes, sir. Oh, back to sleep. He kind of reminds me, this is maybe a strange comparison, but the Heartless, the like Night Heartless, and the kind of way that they flounce around and move, like when he like collapses like that, like reminds me of them. Anyway. It was our wedding anniversary and Roly was taking me out for a meal. There was no time to change after work. Anyway, two silhouettes appeared out of the fog on the pavement in front of us. All of a sudden, one of them just collapsed on the floor, and then the other scattered something before running off. We ran straight over, of course, and then we went for help at a nearby police box. It was definitely that Japanese man in the dock. Roly and I both saw him clear as day. Well, this is extremely compelling testimony, I must say. Oh dear, this policeman and his wife are claiming to have positively identified Mr. Natsumi at the scene. If their testimony is true, the alternative course of events that you established in the summation examination will be quashed. It's a death knell, in fact, because that alternative was never viable in the first place. Did they pick him out of a lineup? That's what I want to know.
What an unfortunate bechancing. And on your wedding anniversary, too.
Oh, I know, but I still managed to go out for the evening with my man. I thank the Lord for that. Gosh, the life of a London Bobby sounds very hard indeed.
Indeed. However, this cross-examination will be over in minutes. You may well have time to rest this afternoon.
What do you mean by that?
My learned friend, the witnesses saw the face of the man fleeing the scene. They are testifying under oath that it was without doubt the accused, Mr. Soseki Natsume. And one of these witnesses is a policeman, no less, so you appreciate the gravity of the situation, I'm sure. No. Except that the man's so tired his wife has to do all the talking. Enough preamble. Counsel for the defense, commence the cross-examination, please. Yes, my lord. Okay. Let's press some statements, why don't we?
No time to change after work. No time to change after work, you say? Are you also a member of the police, Mrs. Beat? Oh no, sadly, it's not a job for strapping young... It's a job for strapping young men. Women, children, and the elderly can't even apply. Well, I think you can probably see why children and the elderly can't do the job, can't you? I think Rolly looks ever so handsome in his uniform. It suits you down the ground, doesn't it, darling?
What? I just finished my... Oh, God. My beat. I was giving him sort of a British accent. Pat and I were heading back to the station. Oh, my God, what was his voice? I was actually planning on getting changed there. What the fuck was his voice? Rolly, sir. That was that, wasn't it? Is he talking in his sleep? This is creepy.
Oh, no, Rolly. I much prefer you in uniform. Sometimes I don't recognize you when I see you in plain clothes. Oh, dear. That doesn't seem healthy.
You tell him, Susato. Kindly adhere to the point. You were going for a meal after you finished your beat for the day, correct? That's right, sir. That's right, sir. Yes. Though I was fit to drop, to be honest, after spending a whole day on my feet. But policing is my life, sir. As long as I'm the proud owner of this, I'll serve my city and my queen to the end.
What's that now?
My warrant card, sir. Proof I'm a London copper. It has the noble founding principles of the force written on it as a reminder to all us policemen of our sworn duty. To patrol the streets of London town and uphold the peace of the common man. Sir! And for such a noble creature, I cover 20 miles every single day without failing, without a grumble. Hydrate. Thank you. I hydrate. Because I know that the plotting on my boots is all Londoners need to hear to feel safe and secure. Again, I don't know about that, my man. So, fighting crime doesn't appear to come into it then? But, sir, just on one particular day I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. But Mrs. Beat put up with a lot being married to a Bobby like me. I'm going to show my dear wife how much I care. They're kind of cute. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly. Kind of cute. I'll give them that. Oh, what a charming couple. Their young love is such joy to behold. If a little over the top, perhaps. And then, kindly describe what happened next. Two silhouettes appeared in the fog on the pavement. He either scouted something before running off.
Scattered something? What do you mean by that?
Oh, well, I couldn't quite make out what it was at the time. But then we got closer. We realized it was what it was. Didn't we, darling?
What? Ah, yes, that's right. It was some old books. I see, old books. Yes, sir. The culprit had dropped a number of them, all around where the victim was lying on the pavement. Indeed, and clearly pictured in this photographic print.
That rotten Japanese man did what he did that when he did the deed.
Let's not forget that it remains to be established that the defendant was indeed the attacker. Let me just like really quick. Just do a little bit. I don't know what I'm doing here. Or what this is gonna tell. I thought maybe I could click on things to like, you know, have them chat about it. But nope, never mind. But we saw him. It was the man in the dark without question, sir. The mustache, the hunchback, the cat-like eyes, the taut mouth, the snub nose, everything. Any more insults you want to throw in?
That's right. He looked down at that poor defenseless woman with those terrifying, intense eyes. And then suddenly threw his books onto the pavement and ran away.
I see. This is tough. They seem as though they're telling the truth here. May I remind the court that this unambiguous testimony comes from a policeman and his wife. No, you may not. Shut the fuck up. Now, please continue.
Yes, sir.
Was it your husband who went to fetch help?
No, I went. I may not be a police officer myself, but I am the proud wife of one after all. Isn't that right, my darling?
What? Yes, that's right. I asked Mrs. Beat to go. I was off duty by that point. But a Bobby's never truly off duty, of course, so I felt obliged to stay and guard the scene. Very laudable, Mr. Beat. Preserving the scene of a crime is a task of considerable importance. That's why I sent Patricia, you see. I told her where to find the right police box. Forgive my ignorance, but what do you mean exactly by the right police box? Depends on a crime's location, you see, as to who deals with it. Where the woman was stabbed wasn't actually on my beat. So I told Patricia to wait to the police box for the beat the incident fell under so she could go and report it.
I ran there as quickly as I could and asked for help from the Bobby on duty. There's nothing more potent than a young couple in love working together, you know.
And thanks to your swift response, the case was quickly resolved. The actions of two model citizens.
Oh, please, you're making us blush. Isn't he, darling?
Let the man go to bed. Yes, sir. What Patricia said, sir. Oh my god, let this man go to sleep. Let's move on, shall we? But surely you wouldn't have been able to see his face by the light of the gas street lamps, would you?
Absolutely could. Us Londoners have exceptional eyesight, I'll have you know.
Right.
The light from the street lamps was more than enough. My husband already told you that the fog was only light, didn't he?
Yes. And what of the fog? We're famous for it across the globe, I believe. But it's an absolute menace to those of us who have to live with it, of course.
Oh, it is. When it's thick, you can't even see the hand at the end of your own arm.
Yes, alright, I take your point. Now, could you stop shaking your husband about?
The constant fog makes her eyes very sharp, you see.
don't think that's how it works, Pat, but like, okay. That's why we could tell you for sure, tell you for sure and certain that it was that little Japanese man we saw. Can't we, darling? He just have such a cute face when he's like waking up. What? Yes, it was the accused, no mistake. The mustache, the hunchback, the cat-like eyes, the taut mouth, the snub nose, unmistakable, sir. As far as this couple's testimony is concerned, there can't be any question. It was Saseki-san I saw running away from the scene of the crime. So that's it, is it? That's their entire testimony? What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, I hate to admit it, but on hearing the testimony, it really does seem as though Mr. and Mrs. Beat saw what they say they saw. Mr. Natsume running away from the scene on Briar Road that day. Yes, I feel the same. So if that's true, where does it leave us? Member of the jury are sure to call for a guilty verdict after this testimony. If Kazuma-sama were here, what are you trying to say? I think he would try to find a contradiction somewhere else in their testimony. What do you mean, somewhere else? Their statement about seeing Mr. Natsume is unequivocal. Calling that into question won't help. But if you guys identify some other part of their testimony which appears to contradict the facts, you might be able to discredit them, make the jury doubt as if the pair's memory of the day is accurate. Oh, right. But simply, we must focus on finding a discrepancy in the statement somewhere. Anyway, or if we don't, I'm afraid the trial may reach an unfavorable conclusion. Ugh, why do I always seem to be so up against it? Mr. Lawyer, sir, can I ask you something? Oh, yes, of course. What is it? Well, you keep asking us all these questions about everything we've told you. So, it seems like you don't believe our testimony. Is that right? Is it? Well, out with it. What? No. No, it's really not that at all. My husband's a policeman, remember? And I know what I saw. I remember every last detail, everything, like... Oh, I know. What about the books the man dropped? I could tell you the names of every single one I could. Every single one. And you dare question how reliable my testimony is?
That will do, Mrs. B.
No, it won't do at all. That Japanese lawyer had no idea what I'm capable of. Even if I decided to forgive him for insulting us, don't think for a minute that Raleigh will. I really didn't mean to cause offense. Please, put your husband's fist down. He's so tired.
Perhaps you would like the opportunity to supplement your testimony, Mrs. Beat? Might that appease you?
Oh, thank you, my lord. That would settle things nicely. Who wouldn't it? Wouldn't it, darling? Okay. What the fuck else are you about to say? I can even tell you the names of the books he saw at the scene. Yeah. I don't know, so tell me. I got the picture right here. Fucking tell me. So, you're saying that there were 4 books? Right, I remember all of them. The picture of Monsieur Somebody, What's It Earnings, A Meal for Someone, and Thingagummy Something. The Thingagummy Something. I'm sorry, Mrs. Beat. But there is a fundamental flaw in that statement of yours. Oh no! What flaw? Simply that at the scene of the crime, there were only 3 books, not 4. I paid my tuition. Leave me alone, university. Anyway. What? Have a good look at this photographic print of the scene of the crime. As you can clearly see, there are only 3 books. But no, that can't be. I saw them. Oh, I know what it is. Yes, you can't fool me. Sorry? That big old lump of a dead body. The lady so large her corpse is blocking the view of the fourth book, that's all. I hate this woman. Let's at least try to remember that the poor woman isn't dead, even if we're insulting her size. And let's maybe not insult her size to begin with. No, I'm sorry, Mrs. Beat. But Mr. Natsume could not possibly have dropped the 4 books you describe. Why not? Fascinating. And from your assured tone, something you can readily substantiate with evidence, I presume. Yeah, I got the fucking receipt. Evidence.
Counsel, you will present evidence to substantiate your claim or withdraw it. What proof you have that accused you?
Yeah. This one. Yeah. He bought 3 books. The evidence is right here, in the form of this bookshop receipt.
From your books?
Yes, this receipt details Mr. Natsume's purchases that day. But as you can see, only 3 books are listed.
No!
Therefore, Mr. Natsume would have only dropped 3 books at the scene of the crime. Which means that your powers of observation, ma'am, cannot be relied upon. So, it cannot be denied that though you say it was the defendant you saw, you could very well be mistaken.
Oh no! Oh no! No!
Not singing that annoying song. We all know who said that. It's plainly evident that it is your powers of deduction that cannot be relied upon, my learned Nipponese friend. What? What cannot be denied is that these 2 witnesses saw the accused running from the scene, a fact that you know very well you have no hopes of disproving. So you've striven to avert attention from that by dint of some inconsequential discrepancies. Would that be fair? He sees right through me. But your plan is somewhat recoiled against you. What are you talking about? It's quite simple. Let me explain with a toast. No, thank you. To the policeman's wife and her entirely accurate testimony in every respect.
Oh?
You see, the matter is not up for debate. At the scene on Briar Road, a total of 4 books were most definitely found. But what about the photographic print? It shows only 3 books. Quite right. Only 3 can be seen in that print. That print? You mean to say, why didn't you present this earlier, you jackass? Allow me to present another, one that shows the victim's hand. Oh my god. Can you give us just the whole shit beforehand? I don't believe it. It's the 4th book, The Lion's Pride. Joan, as you will observe, and it's on fire, and it's burnt. I don't have the love letter. Did Joan think Olive wrote the love letter to her husband and then went out and stabbed him? Stabbed her? The 4th book was hidden from view on the original print by the victim's torso. No. No. Whenever we zoom out and I see Van Zeke's legs for a second, for a moment, I always think he's wearing, you know those like Nike slides that were like popular like 15 years ago? Like all the kids in my fucking middle school wore them. And they were black and had the white stripes on the like band. For a split second I always think he's wearing those Nike slides.
There, you see? Look at that. Look.
Yes. It's just like I said, isn't it, my darling?
Yes, sir. Patricia's always right, sir.
Let us study the receipt for the books purchased by the accused on the day in question. Mrs. Beat, the titles once again, if you please. Oh, yes, of course. The picture of Monsieur somebody or other. The picture of Monsieur Lecoq. The picture of Dorian Gray. What's its yearnings? Canterbury Tales. A meal for someone. A meal for Godot. A meal for Gaboria. Waiting for Godot? Is that... okay. As the court has just heard, the witness remembers the book titles flawlessly, save for a few minor details. Mrs. B's power of recollection can only be described as exceptional. Did you hear that, Rolly? The gentleman paid me a compliment. Okay. What was the other ones that she said? What was the fourth one? Nope, that's not what I wanted. Oh. Those are the three that she named. Then what's the fourth one?
Yes, sir. Flawless, sir. Patricia is flawless.
But there are only 3 books on the receipt, and Mrs. Beat mentioned 4. There's nothing surprising about that. Clearly, the 4th book is that which is shown in the photographic print.
I'm sorry, counsel, but does that not seem odd? Why should the 4th book be omitted from the receipt?
It's not odd at all, my lord. Ooh. As the photograph clearly shows, the 4th book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, it belongs to the victim. The victim was holding her own book? I wonder, what became of that 4th book? Obviously, it wasn't overlooked by the investigating officers at Scotland Yard. I have it here as evidence. Can I have that? Thanks. Thanks.
We'll submit that in the aforementioned photographic print to the court, please, counsel.
My pleasure, my lord. Can you just submit all the bullshit evidence that you have? Like, all at once? That would make life just that much easier. I'm gonna examine that book. Prosecution rests. You can go fuck yourself. Yep. Oh, look at this. The book has been badly burnt. You're right. You'd never be able to read it in this state, especially not the latter pages. What a terrible waste. Judging from the scorched edges of the paper, I think the damage must have occurred very recently. A book recently damaged by fire. Why does that seem to raise a red flag with me? Because we just talked to some assholes that burnt a bookshelf. I have nothing further to add. What? You seem surprised, my learned friend. But your resistance until now has been in vain. Entertaining, yes, but futile. The spurious, longer route to the accused lodgings that you tried to establish in your summation examination, and the attempted discrediting of the witness's powers of recollection in your cross-examination. Futile? I walked right into this, didn't I? You see, everything we've said is true. Isn't that right, my darling?
Yes, pet. Marry me, pet.
So, perhaps the ladies and gentlemen of the jury would like to reconsider their positions. Should the court waste any more time in this Nepenthes travesty? Or is the decision you have to make all too apparent already? No, it's not. Shut the fuck up, Van Zieks. You've heard all the witnesses and seen all the evidence. This trial has run its course. Mr. Naruhodo, I'm afraid we're in a terribly precarious position. I know, but if I fight back in the wrong way now, I could very well make matters worse. Think, Ryanosuke, think. What do you do now? Raise an objection.
Objection.
I'm not done yet. No, my learned friend, it's over. That last cross-examination was your final chance to establish a credible defense, and you failed. No, it fucking wasn't. And die has been cast. There's no room for debate. Well, it might be over as far as you're concerned, but... Ugh, I can't think of what to say. I know what to say, Ryunosuke. Let me fucking take over. If I may, Lord Van Zieks. It seems somewhat boorish to close down the debate at this point. Your insignificant little Eastern Isle must be a lawless hole indeed. For a lowly judicial assistant to have the audacity to intervene at a moment like this. Oh! I am, to my shame, still a very inexperienced lawyer. So you will have to forgive me, but I consider my assistant's advice essential and her opinions invaluable. Fucking go off, Ryunosuke. Mr. Naruhodo. One of this land's great guiding principles is tolerance. Is it? So, the court will hear you, madam. Go ahead, Miss Sato, please. Very well. Pray, what insight can you give us? What have we all overlooked in this matter that you see fit to pursue further? A fucking marital spat across the street, where they burned some books. Well, the court has been presented with new evidence, but only after the last cross-examination finished. I see. And you believe that this new evidence warrants further examination, do you? Mr. Naruhodo, what do you think? It's just possible that this new evidence might be the decisive proof we've been waiting for. The judge is sure to ask the members of the jury to announce their leanings in a moment. And of course, he's sure to ask you to explain what the crucial piece of evidence is and why. So we must take this opportunity to examine the newly presented evidence as thoroughly as possible. I have. Yes, I understand. Thank you, Miss Susato. This is it. Susato-san has managed to win us one last chance here. Can't let it go to waste. The defense wishes to present evidence, my lord. Very well. The defense may present one further piece of evidence. Evidence that apparently offers a profound insight into the case, and has hitherto been overlooked. You. The evidence in question is what we can see from the newly presented photographic print of the crime scene. The fourth book found in the victim's hand. We have already discussed the fourth book at length. No, we haven't. Other than it being in the victim's grasp at the time of the incident, no significance has been attached to it. Pursuing the matter further would be a flagrant waste of the court's time, as you well know. Yes, I'm afraid, counsel, I must concur with the prosecution in this matter. When I afforded you this opportunity, you led the court to believe that the evidence in question contained a hitherto undiscovered clue. It does. I've already examined it. So I must insist that you elaborate, counsel. You will identify this clue at once. Do I make myself clear? Oh, yes, my lord. It's, Mr. Naruhodo, I believe the prosecution is trying to avoid a thorough examination of the evidence, which means you may very well be on the right track. Yes, I think you might be right. So, counsel, precisely where is the vital clue to this case, which the fourth book conceals? Take that. I would ask the court to observe the back of the book in question. The back? What do you... Oh, good gracious. It's been burnt to a crisp. So we have to ask ourselves, why was the victim clutching it? Clutching what is clearly an unreadable book. It is undeniably an extremely unnatural thing for her to have been doing. Oh, their scarf is attached. It's like a Doctor Who scarf. Unnatural, you say? And what of it, my Nipponese friend? Oh. Were I to concede the point, if it bears no relation to the case, there is nothing to discuss. So, should you wish to assert that this fire damage is some veiled clue as to what happened that day? Absolutely. pray, do enlighten us all. What truth does this charred book hide? A charred book. There's just one possibility here, which I can't quite bring myself to rule out. It's an outside chance, certainly, but worth a try. Alright, I'll explain my theory.
Don't keep us waiting any longer then, Council. Explain this theory of yours.
I would have done it faster if you'd shut the fuck up. What do you... Its owner. My lord, the burn on the back of this book reveals a startling truth about the book's owner.
I beg your pardon.
But we already know who the book belongs to. Victim was gripping it in her hand, so she fell to the floor after all. It's obviously hers. The question of how this book came to be in the victim's hand has not yet been answered. However, as to the questions of who the book really belongs to and where it originated, the defense has very credible answers.
Good gracious, how can you possibly?
Very well, I'll play along with this futile attempt to delay your inevitable demise. But do remember, the members of the jury may well burn you if your little gamble goes awry.
Counsel, the defense's response here is very likely to influence the final outcome of this trial. So tell the court, who do you claim is the owner of this burnt book?
These two fuckers. I'm gonna finger Joan, just because Izzy hates her so much. And she's on the fucking jury. Which I can't goddamn believe. The answer is that the book belongs to the couple who own the house where the defendant has his lodgings. A certain Mr. and Mrs. Garriadeb.
The landlords.
And whether this is some extraordinary coincidence or some kind of fate at work, I don't know, but of all the people in London, one of the 6 chosen for the jury duty in this courtroom today is none other than Mrs. Garriadeb herself.
Oh my goodness me! I think you must be mistaken, sir. I'm not Mr. Garriadeb's wife. I'm his maid.
Things would be so much easier if you would just drop the pretense. Alright then, how about a simple question for you? Have you ever seen this book in Mr. Garriadeb's house?
I would never presume to know all of the books he keeps, sir.
This is outlandish behavior. This woman is the accused landlady, you say. You implicate this hard-working member of the public. You must besmirch her without a shred of evidence. Your actions are unforgivable. Shut the fuck up. This is not mere conjecture. The defense happens to know that on the day in question, at almost exactly the same time as the victim was stabbed on the pavement below, another incident was taking place in the room on the top floor of Mr. and Mrs. Garriadeb's house.
Good lord, what sort of incident, counsel?
A fire, my lord.
Afraid to say it was. Happened in a blink of an eye, you know. The whole place filled with smoke. Couldn't see a bally thing. Didn't take long for the fire to spread, of course. The bally furniture started to go up as well. Worst of it is, I lost my favorite book called The Lion's Pride.
Why would you punctuate it like that?
What is his face?
Oh my god! The Lion's Pride.
By Jove, the very same title that's the subject of this debate.
Oh dear me! This is risible. All you've told the court is that a book by the same name was involved in a fire, in which case it would be reasonable to assume that it was burnt to ashes. Entirely unreasonable to infer that it magically removed itself to the scene of the crime. Perhaps it would make more sense if I told you that the cause of the fire was marital discord. Without going into details, it appears that Mrs. Garriadeb was considerably enraged. Apparently, she continued to attack Mr. Garriadeb even amid the flames. Oh, how awful! I can't even imagine being so horrid to the one you love. Can you, Rolly?
Absolutely not, sir. My Patricia would never raise a finger against me, sir.
I don't know, she was just beating the crap out of you earlier.
I had all my favorite old novels on that case. But as soon as the fire got hold of them, that was it. Whoosh, up in smoke.
The voices are all blending together. Then the wife started hurling things at me. What the hell was that? I just went to like Southern.
There I was, back up against the window, under heavy enemy fire. What is happening? Incendiary books coming 10 to the dozen.
I haven't even been streaming that long. What is happening to me?
The man had his back up against the window and he had burning books thrown at him. Goodness gracious, are you suggesting that the book was thrown through the window and landed coincidentally at the scene of the crime?
No, a thorough investigation of the surrounding area was conducted the very evening of the incident, and there was no report of the Garrideb's window pane being broken. The window could have been open. That's quite true. We also saw no sign of the broken glass when we visited the Garrideb household. But is it not conceivable that the window was open at the time and not even remotely? Let us not forget the season and the chilling weather that accompanies it. No Londoner would ever leave a window open in the middle of winter.
Does the defense postulate this scenario in all seriousness, counsel? Do you earnestly claim that the book found at the scene was a flaming projectile thrown by Mr. Garrideb's wife?
I do. I believe it's a possibility, my lord. Oh, it's you.
Well, I hope that everyone can see what you are now, you little foreign trickster. You call yourself a lawyer, but you're just a coward, a mean coward.
Really?
Claiming our little tiff set the whole neighborhood alight, honestly. Implying that I'm merely posing as a maid for appearance's sake. How could you? It's nothing to do with this beastly case, not any of it. All you have done is sully our family's name.
No, I assure you that is never my intention.
Dragging an upstanding citizen's name through the mud simply to divert attention from your failing defense. I should box your ears, that's what I should do. It's utterly unforgivable. Too right.
Here we go.
How long we sat here now, listening to this Nipponese spouting and his fancy foreign theories. But think about it. At the end of the day, the only person who could have possibly stabbed the victim is that little hunchback with the mustache. He ran away from the scene, too. I do declare you're right.
It's true.
Yes, what did I tell you? Made sense to me. Sorry? What's that? Well, it would appear that the ladies and gentlemen of the jury are once again in full agreement. What is your position, Lord Van Zieks?
In truth, my lord, I feel these have been unnecessarily protracted proceedings. But then one must always exercise patience in order to savor the best vintage.
No, wait. The mystery of the fourth book still hasn't been... Stop doing that.
If books are your predilection, my learned friend, study them on your own time. What, no forgive the discourtesy this time? Stretch. Stretch. Stretching. Oh, my spine just cracked. Oh. I'm ready for bed. Anyway. gonna be another night where I don't get a full Pokemon sleep night.
In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, will you now state your individual decisions regarding the defendant's culpability for the court to hear?
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty. Guilty.
Thank you for that unambiguous response.
That's twice now. It's over.
Mr. Naruhodo, don't give up.
Miss Susato,
Have you forgotten?
the battle isn't over yet. You're not suggesting.
Of course, the defense has the right to another summation examination at this point.
You should still convince the jurors to you could still change their minds. You have one more chance. My lord, the defense asked to exercise its right to a summation examination. You believe you still have tricks up your sleeve. I don't intend to trick anybody. I intend to uncover the truth. This is no time to be downcast. As long as there's a chance, I have to stay strong and determined. Oh my god. Alright. We might not get to the next trial this week. I thought maybe we'd get one part in. Nope, I don't fucking think so. These 2 parts are fucking long. The first part of the cases tend to be really long too.
I have considered the defense counsel's request for a further summation examination of the jury, and I have determined that the court must uphold the defense's judicial right to its procedure. So, counsel, you will now proceed with your second summation examination. I presume the jury's ready, Mr. Foreman?
We are, my lord.
Very good. In that case, I must ask each of you now to state clearly and concisely for the court the grounds on which you find the defense guilty of the crime.
Okay. Ugh, here we go.
The accused left behind evidence at the scene, didn't he? Those 3 books of his.
There was some novel alternative explaining about how the victim was stabbed I might reconsider.
Even if the woman was throwing books, it can't be related to this crime if the window was closed, can it?
Dearie me, it was only a little book, hardly life-threatening even with a direct hit.
Look, I just want to get this over with. If I don't bring home some pay tonight, I'll be in a tiny bit of trouble. Come to think of it, we had a fire at home a while ago. Gave me the sneezes.
Okay.
Yes, considerably more tangible arguments from all members of the jury this time around. With one notable exception, of course. My learned student friend was unable to find fault in the previous witness testimony. So the court must accept the fact that it was indeed the accused seen fleeing from the scene. And moreover, y'all, no one else was even at the scene to commit the crime. Well, if the eyewitnesses are correct, it would seem as if the conclusion is somewhat set in stone. I fail to see how it can be argued any other way.
That means I'm afraid that during the summation examination, it's essential that you establish some other tangible explanation for the facts. But how? What would even constitute a tangible explanation here? Isn't it obvious? Who stabbed the woman, and how? Those 2 details are all you need to provide. Simply give us a name and a method by which the attack was conducted. And here I was thinking, this might be hard. But Mr. Naruhodo, you have to do it. Otherwise, this really would be where the trial ends. Ugh, no pressure then. Maybe the knife was in the book. She fucking maybe it was one of the things she threw out the window.
It's quite enough preamble. Proceed with the summation examination, please. I resume you are prepared, counsel.
Oh, yes, my lord. All right, Reinosuke. Focus your mind now. Come on, Ryu, let's do this. clearly, the key to this summation examination is going to be juror number 4, the maid, or should I say Mrs. Garrideb. We have a book that disappeared from the Garrideb's house on the evening of the incident, and the 4th book found in the victim's hand. There must be a way to link the two. Yes, that's what we have to find. Using every technique I've learned in my short career so far, whatever it takes. Don't forget to keep an eye on Mrs. Garrideb and how she reacts, even if to the things other people say. Okay. I like when it's such a ridiculous statement. It feels like it wants me to press it. Like the last time. Yeah. I understand. It gave you the sneezes. Does that have anything to do with your decision about the defendant's culpability in this case?
Sorry, what's that? You'll have to speak up, lad.
Could you tell us more about that fire?
It was last winter. My grandchildren baked me a lovely cake on my birthday. It had 75 candles on top, it did. What a sight to behold it was.
You put candles on a cake? Was it some kind of devil worship? You.
Of course not. It was an angel cake to celebrate my birthday, obviously.
Seems that it's a common custom here in Great Britain, Mr. Naruhodo.
Anyway, I mustered all my puff to blow them out. Only I must have blown wrong somehow. The flames didn't go out, but candles went flying all over the room. Furniture caught and everything went up. Whole place filled with smoke.
Definitely sounds like devil worship to me. And by the sneezes, I presume you mean a cold? But how did you catch a cold from a fire?
What a fiasco it was. The grandchildren, bless them, threw water over me as they tried to put out the flames. Then, because the whole room had filled up with smoke, of course, we had to open all the windows to clear it.
The windows?
The biting winter air rushed over me like the devil dancing on my grave, it did. Caught a terrible cold from it. Put me in hospital for a while. I won't forget that birthday in a hurry.
I knew it was devil worship all along. Something about this old man's story is playing on my mind for some reason. We need to demonstrate who... Yeah, I know. I don't care about these little in-between conversations. That's the spirit. Sorry if you do, but I do not. Did that change anything? You have to open windows to clear the smoke. Okay. Windows closed. We're pitting these dumbasses against each other again. These two juror statements clearly contradict one another.
They do. How exactly, counsel? Don't point at me again. I told you, it wasn't me. What's that you say? Speak up, lad. Speak up.
Juror number 3, do you see? See what, sir? Did you hear juror number 6's account of his birthday celebrations last year? It seems, despite being a Londoner, he once opened his windows in the middle of winter. Yes, of course, it was an emergency. I mean, obviously, if the room was filled with smoke from a fire, then he'd be mad not to open the... Oh! Exactly. On the day in question, at the time of the incident, there was a fire in the Garrideb household, and Mr. Garrideb had the following to say about it. The whole place filled with smoke.
Excuse me.
Juror number 4, do you have something to say about that? Mrs. Garrideb.
Oh, dearie me. What is the meaning of this? How dare you imply that I'm hiding who I really am?
It's imperative that you confirm something for the court. So please, it's time to drop the pretense now.
What is it?
When the fire started in your house that day, did you or your husband open the window?
What? I beg your pardon. What are you insinuating?
The room would have been thick with smoke after the carpet and bookcase caught fire as they did. In a situation like that, it's inconceivable you wouldn't have opened the window.
And what if we did? Oh, all right then. Yes, you're right. My husband was frantically trying to open the window. which can't have been easy since I continued to give him a justly deserved book battering.
Even though your house was on fire?
Oh, you never stop throwing until the anger subsides. It would be terribly bad for the nerves to do otherwise.
Of course. I should have realized.
That's a significant step forward, Mr. Naruhodo. You managed to establish the window was open. We simply must have that added to Mrs. Garrideb's formal statement.
To mention it, yes, the window was open at the time. I'd clean forgotten, but it's true. Okay. Okay. You again with the pay. You just want to get this over with? How can you sit here and say something like that? A man's future is at stake here.
Oh, him and me both then, like I said before.
What?
Told you already, I'm a day laborer, ain't I? If I don't bring home some readies with me tonight, you'll find me floating face down in the Thames tomorrow morning.
What?
You heard me. My missus isn't one to mess about, you know. She can be fierce, believe you me.
Another shining example of marital bliss, then. Yeah, what the hell is happening in fucking London?
A situation like this cropped up the other day. It was, well, do you know, it's funny. You can't quite remember.
Sorry?
It was too frightening, that's the thing. Must have blocked it out.
Helpful. Wonder if Mr. Pete will ever be dragged into the Thames by a scarf. Don't even go there, Miss Susato. There must be some way to jog his memory about this. Okay. The fourth book found at the scene of the crime shows very obvious signs of fire damage. And the title of the book is The Lion's Pride. The same title, in fact, as the book that Mr. Garrideb told us he had been reading.
Well, I couldn't really say.
On the day in question, did you or did you not throw at your husband the copy of The Lion's Pride he had been reading?
I did. It was the first thing I could lay my hands on, so I hurled it straight at him. Now you come to mention it, yes. He was rather enjoying reading it, you're right.
Did you also throw a knife out the window by any chance? Why did you not reveal this information to the court from the outset? Why do you keep slapping your seat partner?
Because I couldn't, you insolent little man. I didn't remember. Times like this, you pick and throw whatever you could lay your hands on, as you well know.
I really don't.
I barely noticed I was throwing a book, much less the title of it.
Oh. You okay, my dude?
Excuse me.
You look pretty frightened. What is it, juror number 5?
You know something. I've remembered what it was, that memory I've blocked out. It was listening to what this granny was saying. Brought it all flooding back. Who are you calling a granny, you cheeky devil? I'm Mrs. Garrideb, or the maid, I'll have you know.
The man doesn't even flinch. Please tell me that's not because he's so used to being hit all the time. Oh.
It was about 2 weeks ago now. I just got back home after work, like. Put my hand in my pocket for the wages I'd earned that day, and I nearly died. There was a hole. Every last penny had dropped out.
Oh dear, what a disaster.
You haven't heard the half of it, boy.
Oh?
The wife was cutting up some chicken at the time. I could hardly get the words out, but I told her straight. I've lost the day's wages, love. Next thing I knew, the blade was whistling past my ear. Struck into the wall next to me, it did, about an inch deep.
No words, just terror.
Could smell it then, you know, that god-awful stench of the Thames. Was sure I was going to end up face down in the muddy banks that night, I can tell you. Now Now that's a real disaster, isn't it?
I'll never use the word lightly again.
Anyway, the point I was trying to make is this. When women lose their rags, they'll throw at anything at you. Knives, hatchets, hammers, you name it. Mr. Naruhodo, you mustn't think that all women are so short-tempered and unrefined.
No, I wasn't thinking that.
Throwing household objects at people is, well, it's so uncivilized. At least attack with honor. Use a bow or the like.
What? Attack? Who are you going to attack?
Never mind. Anyway, this man's words could be rather significant, I think.
Alright, we'll come back to the bow and arrow thing later, if I dare. Women in a rage will hurl just about anything at you. Oh! No, that's not what I wanted.
Oh my, such delight in your face. I'm afraid I shan't be swayed by emotion. Despite what you may think of me, I'm a very modern, metropolitan, and rational woman.
That's great.
If one reads the morning papers, it's all forgotten by tea time, isn't it? So why read them in the first place? You see, modern, metropolitan, and rational thinking, wouldn't you say?
Not at all extreme.
As I see it, overwhelmingly suspicious Japanese man has been implicated by overwhelmingly strong testimony. So despite one or two minor puzzlements, I do declare the man is overwhelmingly guilty. Modern, metropolitan, and rational logic, wouldn't you say?
Overwhelmingly.
But us modern gals have always delighted to embrace new fads, you know. So I'd be only too happy to consider an exciting new theory if you come up with one.
I'd be happy to do that too, if only I could.
It's to our very best not to disappoint the modern and metropolitan young lady.
Right. I'm glad you omitted rational there. Yeah, I did not mean... I wanted to pit. Nope. Stop. R. Yeah. Those two statements clearly have a deeply significant connection.
Good grief, you mean they don't contradict each other? Explain, counsel, at once.
Juror number 2, do you think perhaps this could be one such novel alternative?
Oh my, whatever do you mean?
An alternative explanation as to how the victim was stabbed in the back.
What are you talking about?
We've demonstrated that the fourth book, The Lion's Pride, that was found at the scene of the crime, originated in Mr. Garrideb's room on the top floor of his house. Therefore, it's equally possible that some other object besides the book could have found its way from the Garrideb household to the street below.
What's that now?
After all, Mrs. Garrideb could have thrown any number of different objects at her husband. Isn't that right, juror number 4?
What are you insinuating now, you little beanpole?
I'm beginning to think that, ever since the true origins of this book came to light, perhaps she's had a feeling this might be what happened.
Now you listen here, you Eastern Gala. As the foreman of this jury, I demand a straight answer. You give us this yarn about some other object making its way to the house, but what? What was it?
A fucking kniff. I'm really taking a big gamble here. It's a bold accusation to make, but I haven't any real evidence to back it up. Hold on. Let's do a little quick examination. Okay. Oh, the tip of it's broken off. Oh, look here, Mr. Naruhodo, just at the tip. Small piece of the blade appears to be missing. You're right. Well spotted, Mr. Susato. Wonder what could have happened to it. Yes, you don't think it could still be lodged in the victim, do you think? Oh dear, I do hope not. That sounds terribly painful. Okay. Alright. Make sure there was no markings of any kind. But I'm certain that at the very least this warrants further investigation. Alright, Mr. Foreman, I'll try to explain the defense's theory. The other object found its way from the Garrideb hospital to the street of the crime was...
Take that!
Juror number 4, Mrs. Garrideb. What now? I must apologize in advance for this. But I need you to confirm something else for the court. This knife. Have you ever seen this knife before?
Good Lord, Counsel, what on earth are you doing? That's the weapon that was lodged in the victim's back, man.
Why don't you shut up and let me, ask the question? My lord, remember when the victim was attacked? Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb were in the throes of an argument. Mrs. Garrideb was hurling anything she could get at her husband. Anything she could at her husband, who'd been backed up against the window. A window that had been opened to clear the smoke, and through which a book sailed to land at the crime scene.
Can't seriously believe that. The book was found in the victim's grasp.
Are you saying it flew out the window across the street to land neatly in her hand?
Even my missus ain't got to aim like that.
Yes, I admit there are many details we don't yet understand. But that's the point. That's precisely why we mustn't allow this trial to end. Not right now.
Oh my.
Mrs. Garrideb, your answer, please. Have you seen this knife before or not?
Oh,
There's his Nike slides.
My lord, I wish to change my decision. I'm a woman of many words, a woman of my words, after all.
Thank you, madam.
Yes, I agree. I certainly didn't see this coming, but I just don't think it would be right for this trial to come to an end now with so many unanswered questions.
Mr. Foreman.
I'd have to agree. Not that I think the granny did it, mind you.
Yes, you know what? I'm not quite happy about this at the moment either.
All together now, ladies and gents.
We did it. Oh, congratulations, Mr. Naruhodo.
So, as a result of the defense's summation examination, the number of jurors' leanings have changed. 2 jurors called guilty against 4 now calling innocent. Accordingly, the opinion of this court is divided. This trial will continue. Now then, Lord Van Zieks, how does the prosecution wish to proceed?
By drinking away his sorrows in front of the whole of London. This trial is rapidly descending into a farce. Like a corked wine, the first few sips are bitter enough. Stop wasting alcohol. But what follows is so repugnant it's good for nothing save the gutter.
If I may, Lord Van Zieks, the defense has just put forward a credible alternative explanation for what happened.
Credible? Is that your considered opinion, Mr. Foreman? The defense's argument is a joke to which I barely know how to respond. But let me start by insisting. I'm gonna stretch my back a little bit. Oh God, ow. My back hurts. Apologies. I thought if I had to touch my toes, it would make it feel a little bit better, and it kind of did. Oh. You all must familiarize yourselves better with the relative positions of those places being discussed. What do you mean by that? What's this angle, his angle this time? Trying to say, there's no possible way. It ought to be more than apparent that in between the crime scene and the Garrideb household runs a rather wide street, Briar Road. Okay. Which means that the distance from the Garrideb's house to the scene is, yes, some 15 yards. Alright. I could probably hurl something 15 yards. They're 14 meters. 14 meters? Oh, that's a little farther than I imagined. And as you ladies and gentlemen of the jury rightly noted as having portentous significance, the fourth book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, a smoldering book wantonly hurled by the lady in the house traveled to 15 yards to land on the opposite side of the road, neatly between the collapsed victims. No, what? Stop being dumb. Obviously, she was still alive. The fire broke out, the book got hurled, she picked it up off the ground, and then got fucking hit with the knife in her back. Is that your final conclusion, my learned and deluded friend? No. Did the jackknife follow a near identical trajectory to the plunge in the middle of the victim's back? This fantasy is somewhat stretched the notion of having a bad day for the victim, I think. Even those pathetic, sterilized detective stories have more believable plots. I don't think I can say that. That prosecutor loves the sound of his own voice. You tell him, Susato. Miss Susato. Serialized detective stories are pathetic, are they? How dare he? Maybe let's pick our battles here. My lord, might I be allowed to speak? As judicial assistant, you may speak for the defense. Yes, go ahead. The prosecution may consider the idea a fantasy, but what the defense has postulated was believable enough to persuade the jury to change its leaning. And as such, the court has a duty to explore this alternative explanation as thoroughly as possible. To that end, juror number 4, Miss Joan Garadeb, must be called to testify and submit to cross-examination. Saints alive! Cross-examination of a juror? She shouldn't even be on this jury. Go get a new juror. Order, order. Well, this is highly irregular. It is unprecedented for a member of the jury to be summoned to the witness stand. And unnecessary. Lord Van Zeeks? What are you talking about? I hate him. I hate him so much. There are already witnesses in the stand whose testimony the defense may further cross-examine. My learned friend's farcical theory has any truth in it, and both a burning book and a jackknife must have flown through the sky before this couple's eyes. And we must assume they would be able to testify accordingly. What say you, witnesses? Yes, sir. Constable Rowley Beat reporting for duty, sir. Well, good morning, officer. Sorry for dozing until now, sir. I haven't slept for a month on account of a villain who's appeared on my beat, sir. Oh, they're so heroic, these London bobbies. Patricia, my darling, I've been neglecting you, but no more. Oh, Rory, my hero, you make me swoon. Very well, I hereby reject the defense's request. Oh. And order the witnesses in the stand to testify again. State forthwith before the court any details pertaining to the defense's alternative explanations of the event. Yes, sir. Wake up, my man. This case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb. Believe me, a London Bobby is good for his word. You see, sir, the windows of the top floor of the Garadeb house are top-hinged casements. Obviously, if anything had been thrown out of the window, we would have seen it. I did leave the scene to go and fetch help, but my trusty Rolly was there to make sure nothing was disturbed. I didn't take my eye off the crime scene for one moment, sir. Nothing strange to report in that front, sir. Well, this is quite startling. Top-hinge casement windows. I don't know what that means. The detail was not in the police report, Constable. Yes, sorry about that. I must have been a little drowsy. cannot excuse your sins with drowsiness every time, Constable.
No, sir.
Sorry, but what exactly is a top-hinged casement window? And you cannot excuse your ignorance with such trite remarks, my learned friend. Of course, sorry.
I found it, Mr. Naruhodo. Cast your mind back to the windows in Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb's room.
Alright, I'll try.
So the windows open in order to allow air to circulate inside the house. But as it's a top-hinged casement window, it swings open along the upper edge, you see.
I'm glad you've rectified your ignorance. A casement window's most prominent feature is that its stay, a metal bar which prevents the window from being opened beyond a certain amount. It prevents it opening? This is all news to me.
Absolutely correct, sir. In other words, if a book or a knife would have been thrown through the open window, it would have clattered against the pane and fallen straight down to the pavement below.
No. You see the problem, then? Good, your education in windows is complete. There was never any possibility of either the book or knife traveling 15 yards over the road. That is, unless the window pane had been shattered, something we've discounted already. That can't be.
Did you see that, Roly? That young Japanese man had just collapsed in agony.
Yes, my darling, I saw it. I saw how he crumbled before me.
Oh, Roly, you're so strong.
How is this happening? I haven't even started the cross-examination yet, and already my argument's been destroyed. Counsel, if you could drag yourself upright again, the court awaits your cross-examination. My lord. Oh, good. Another desperate situation. Oh, my sweet boy. Let's see. Nothing to do with it. Believe me, London Bobby is good for her word. How can you say that for certain?
Very good question, sir. And the answer is this. It has the noble founding principles of the force written on it as a reminder to all us policemen of our sworn duty.
He showed us that before, didn't he?
Did he? I can't say I remember. He did. Yes.
To patrol the streets of London town and uphold the peace of the common man is what this job's all about. That's why I stand here today beside my long-suffering wife and tell you what Bobby's good for his word. While rubbing my tired eyes admittedly, sir.
Oh, Roly, you're so manly.
Of course I am, my darling Patricia. Oh, Pat.
Oh, Roly.
No, none of this is what I meant. I meant, how can you say for certain that this case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb?
Oh, I see, sir. You should have said so earlier, sir.
Yes, well, so could you answer the question? Well, that was a waste of time then.
Absolutely, sir. I will answer to the fullest of my ability, sir. There's a surprising reason why Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb's domestic dispute can be related to this case. But before I get to that, sir, just one thing.
Yes?
I'd very much like you and all your countrymen to understand the great British institution of Scotland Yard. So I hope you take back some tales of us London Bobbies and how we uphold our guiding principles.
I wasn't planning on going back just yet. I've only just arrived here.
So to that end, sir, I'd be happy to lend you my warrant card for your perusal. But I must warn you, you won't be able to get through it without shedding a few tears.
Thank you. I'll try. Okay. Alright. I would love to view that. I don't want to present anything. I don't want to present anything. I just want to examine. A A policeman will strive to preserve the peace within his allotted beat. Patrolling officer is expected to walk 20 miles around his beat every day for the furtherance of community relations. Any crimes fall under the jurisdiction of the beat in which they are discovered. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. Okay. Sure. By which you mean they don't fully open, is that correct?
Yes, sir. They're just there to allow a bit of air through the house, you see, so they're restricted as how much they open.
And therefore, anything thrown out of the window from inside the room, simply strike the pane and fall to the street directly below. For clarity, allow me to mark the map. Here is the location where objects would have fallen. Alright.
Yes, directly opposite the scene of the crime, on the other side of the rather wide road.
Would it have been so hard for somebody to mention this top hinged casement thing before? Well, I have another question for you, Constable.
And what would that be, sir?
How do you even know? Why would you have any idea what sort of windows Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb's house is furnished with?
Well, sir, that's very simple. See, I helped with the investigation yesterday.
Excuse me.
Do you have something to add, Mrs. Beat?
Sorry.
You look, well, delighted. Is there some particular reason for that?
Oh, I was just remembering. That's all. We really were so lucky.
Lucky? What do you mean?
Well, of course I feel terrible for the poor woman who was attacked. Don't misunderstand me, please. But we were just so lucky it didn't happen on Rolly's beat. It was so close, you see.
Oh, I hadn't realized.
Oh yes, that street, Briar Road, that's the boundary between Rolly's beat and the next one. Isn't that right, my love?
I'll just look at the map really quick. Okay. So, like, over here is his beat, and over here is somebody else's beat. What if she was stabbed here, and then she moved the body? He moved the body? I don't know. He was the one who stayed. I don't want to say that he moved the body. He seems too sleepy for that. Constable Beat.
Yes, that's right. That's the reason I was helping out with interviewing the occupants of the Garrideb household yesterday. Their house is on my beat, you see, sir.
That really was cutting it close then.
Constable, I wonder if you could clarify something. If the Garrideb household is on your beat, does that mean that the pavement next to it is as well?
Outside Mr. Garrideb's house? Yes, ma'am. The pavement on that side of the road is part of my beat.
I see. I was unaware of that.
I just think if the woman had been attacked just on the other side of Briar Road, we would never been able to go for that meal to celebrate our wedding anniversary. But that's the life of a Bobby, after all.
I need to touch my toes again. 1 second.
Ugh.
My back hurts so much and I don't know why.
Ugh.
Okay. Sorry.
Extraordinary people are Bobbies, tirelessly working for the benefit of all Londoners.
Do you know what I think? I think it was the good Lord's way of rewarding my Rolly for all his hard work. Don't you think so, my darling?
Must be it, my Pat, my love. That must be it.
I think perhaps we should make sure we have that information officially on record.
Leave it to me, Mr. Naruhodo. I'll take care of it immediately.
Case file has been updated.
And now it's my turn, I think.
If you seen him been thrown out the window, he would have seen it. Okay. Did leave the scene to go fetch help. Didn't take my eyes off for 1 second. No. You sure you didn't fall asleep for a sec? Nothing to report. That's correct, sir. I had my eyes wide open the entire time. Never looked away for a second. No one else approached the scene and nothing was removed from it. I can swear to that on the yard's honor, sir. Really? That seems a little strange. Beg your pardon, sir. Strange, sir. Seems altogether regular to me. This burnt copy of the London's Pride was originally in the Gerdeb household. So the question remains, how did it find its way into the hand of the victim? Can you shed any light on that, seeing as you were at the scene of the crime the entire time? Aha! Could it be a different copy, sir? One that just happened to be burnt as well? Even if that were possible, why would the victim have been gripping a book like that in her hand? As we can see from this photographic print, she had a bag over her shoulder. Well, sir, that book was in the lady's hand from the moment we arrived at the scene. Is that so? There's something about this statement that's not sitting right with me. The two mysteries of how that knife ended up in her bag and how the book ended up in her hand. There must be some common thread between them. Can I ask you something? Please, Mr. Lawyer, sir. Oh, yes, of course. What is it? You're doubting us, aren't you? I can tell. What? I wasn't really. I mean, what is she doing? Please, just because I'm a woman doesn't make my testimony any less valuable. You might just see me as a wife of a policeman, but I'm a woman of my word, I am. I really don't remember ever suggesting that I doubted you. No excuses. I don't want to hear it. My voice will be heard. My lord, you'll let me speak, won't you? Yes, Mrs. Beat, I will allow you to supplement your testimony if you so desire. Sometimes the path of least resistance is the sage one. That's a very loud mutter. I heard that! That Japanese man thinks a policeman's wife's word counts for nothing, does he? Well, watch out, sir. I might let you get away with something like that, but my Roly won't. Duly noted, Mrs. Beat. Please, I humbly ask you to continue. What could she possibly be about to say, I wonder? I know what I saw. My eyes never let me down. My sense of direction is a little off sometimes, though. What? Mrs. Beat, nobody's questioning what you've told us. I saw it. I did. That evening, I saw it clearly. That little Easter man with the whiskers and the funny curved back slinking away from the scene. And I know what I didn't see as well. I didn't see any flaming books or knives flying through the sky. All very clear. You also mentioned something about having a poor sense of direction? Oh, yes. Well, that's a little embarrassing, really. I'm always ending up at the wrong place when I've made arrangements to meet Roly. He gets ever so cross.
Excuse me.
Constable Beat, is there a problem? No, sir. No problem, sir. Did your wife's remark just now bring something to mind, perhaps? Oh, well, in a way, sir. Yes, sir. I was just remembering that the same thing happened that evening is all. You mean Mrs. Beat lost her way on the night of the incident? Well, you see, I sent her off to find a police box in the next beat over from mine. But she was gone a fair bit longer than when I was expecting. I thought she'd be back inside 10 minutes, but my darling was gone a good 15. Oh, Roly, you're such a tease. But the reason I was so long was because of the bouquet, silly. The bouquet? Sorry, what bouquet are you talking about? Oh, it was a present for our wedding anniversary.
Rolly's so romantic. He saved up for it with farthings and halfpennies he found in the gutter while doing his rounds.
Yes, how romantic.
I'd forgotten all about it until just now. Had you, my darling?
Oh, yes. But that was just between us. No talking about it to anyone else, darling. You have to promise.
Really? Oh.
What was that all about? Constable Beat looked very obviously troubled during that exchange. Good night. Love you, friend. See you Sunday. Some Monday, as I almost said. I'm afraid I can't offer any useful insights, Sister Naruhodo, but I'm quite sure of one thing. We have to ask Mrs. Beat about the bouquet. Mrs. Beat, this bouquet you just mentioned. I'd like you to add details about it to your testimony, please.
Oh, really? Yes, I'd love to.
Drop my bouquet and losing the way for a while. You mean you dropped the bouquet at the scene of the crime?
Yes, that's right. Oh, I was so upset. When we ran over and saw it was a woman with a knife in her back, I was so shocked I dropped the bouquet Rolly gave me. I was in a dark spot where the streetlights weren't casting any light, so I didn't notice at first.
And then you went to the police box to report it to the policeman whose beat it was on?
Yes, I came back to the scene together with the other constable, you see. That's when I spotted my bouquet again. But the funny thing was, when I went to pick it up, it was nowhere near the victim's body at all.
It moved, I knew it. In case you need reminding, Mrs. Beat, the victim is not deceased.
I was all flustered for a moment because I heard a voice calling me from the other side of the road.
Your husband, presumably?
That's right. Silly me, I'd gone over to the wrong side of the street. Although I'm going to blame the bouquet this time. I can't think of how it got there. I really can't.
So the bouquet somehow moved from one side of Briar Road to the opposite.
Curious indeed.
Isn't it? But the worst of it is I forgot to pick the bouquet up again when we left the scene. That beautiful rose Rolly bought me with that change from the gutter he spent so long collecting.
By bouquet, do you perhaps mean this sorry solitary rose?
Oh, yes, that's it. That's the bouquet Rolly bought me for our anniversary with old bits of change he found in the gutter.
Maybe just call it a rose.
Tell us, Lord Van Zieks, where did you come by the flower?
According to the report by the police officer in charge of the crime scene investigation, it was found on the edge of the pavement in front of the Garadeb household. In front of the Garadeb's house? Although it wasn't noticed until the morning, as it lay where the street lamps cast no light. It was believed to be of no relevance to the case, since it was found on the opposite side of the thoroughfare.
Oh, thank you, sir, thank you. Could I have it back now, please?
No, I think for good measure, this rose should be added to the court record as evidence.
Oh.
Alright.
But it's a symbol of our love. I want it back after the trial. Do you hear me? I want it back.
Good grief. Rest assured I shall do my very best not to forget, Mrs. Beat.
Take my eyes off the crime scene. I don't know about that. Let's present these gutter flowers. You claim Constable Beat that there was nothing to report in 15 or so minutes regarding the scene, but that cannot be.
What do you mean to say?
In your testimony just now, Mrs. Beat, you explained to the court that when you arrived back at the scene of the crime with the policeman assigned to that beat, the bouquet you had dropped at the victim's side was no longer anywhere nearby. Yes, on the opposite side of Briar Road to where the victim was attacked. But considering the size of that meager bouquet, if a single sorry bloom can be so described... Shut up, rich man. No doubt it was blown in the wind across the street back into the gutter where it belongs.
Meeker.
But if that were the case, why did Constable Beat not testify to the fact?
No one else approached the scene and nothing was removed from it. Constable Beat swore to that on Scotland Yard's honor. But the bouquet belonged to me. It was nothing to do with the case. That's why Rolly didn't mention it, I'm sure.
No, because sadly, it's not only your bouquet that we're talking about here. More than one thing in this case is mysteriously the wrong way around. What are you talking about? Think about it. Besides Mrs. Beat's bouquet, there's Mr. Garrideb's book. Mr. Garrideb's copy of The Lion's Pride, which was thrown out the window by his wife, would have struck the pane of the casement window and landed here on the west side of the street. And yet, it was actually found here on the opposite side of the road in the victim's hand. Meanwhile, according to the testimony we've heard, Mrs. Beat's bouquet should have been dropped here at the scene of the crime on the east side of the street. But in fact, it was actually found here on the opposite side of the road in front of Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb's house. There's no logical explanation for those things, unless somebody deliberately moved them.
What are you trying to say? The way you're talking, it sounds like you think my Rolly's done something wrong. Don't listen to a word that scrawny lawyer says. We're carrying on about books and bouquets. Why should we care? It's nitpicking, that's what it is.
Did you fucking move him, Mrs. Garrideb? Oh good, Mrs. Garrideb's come round. You might call it nitpicking, Mrs. Garrideb, but deliberately meddling with the scene of a crime is a criminal offense. It's called,
tampering, Mr. Naruhodo.
But the person responsible for this tampering cannot admit to it, for a very subtle but compelling reason. Tampering? You've barely heard the term before. Tell us, my learned friend, who would possibly have had cause to carry out such an elaborate deception? Yes, there is someone who tampered with the scene of the crime that evening. All the evidence, all the testimony points to that one particular person. Counsel, I must demand that you substantiate this conjecture. Who are you saying is responsible? I mean... Okay. Oh my god, okay. No. No. It's not him. Obviously not. It can only be Joan or John or Rolly. I highly, highly doubt it's Rolly. I think it's this motherfucker. I really do. No, 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 no. There's only one person who could have done this. Do you intend to share your internal monologue, counsel? Sorry, my lord. I was just taking a moment to get things straight in my mind. And for that moment of wasted court's time, you... Oh. It wasn't her? Okay. So then it's gotta be Rolly. What are you thinking is right, Mr. Naruhodo? There's only one person who could have the opportunity to tamper. Okay, I guess opportunity, it's him. Oh, and he did it so that he could go out to dinner with his wife. Alright. Obviously, there's only one person it could have been. Constable Rolly Beat, it was you. What, a policeman? A member of Scotland Yard?
What nonsense! Why would my Rolly do something like that? There's no one straighter than my husband. No Bobby worked more tirelessly than the people of London.
Mrs. Beat. I just get a meat smell all of a sudden. You said in your testimony that your husband asked you to go to a nearby police box to fetch the officer on duty. The 15 minutes that you were absent from the scene is the only opportunity anyone had to tamper with it.
You're making it up. It's all nonsense. It's all lies. What about that Japanese man with the whiskers? I bet it was him. He did it.
If that were true, Constable Beat would have seen him do it.
Oh. And forgive me for pointing it out, but when you dropped your bouquet, Mrs. Beat, it was after the defendant had fled the scene. Well, yes.
First, you make accusations about the landlord and his wife, and now you incriminate a policeman as well. But your accusations lack one very important thing. You claim the crime scene was tampered with. There's only one reason anyone would commit such a reckless crime, to hide something.
That's right, he's right. But my husband and I just happened to be there, that's all. So why would we have anything to hide? It doesn't make sense.
You've offered no motive for this alleged tampering, because he wanted to go to dinner with his wife. Until you do, your accusations are nothing but empty threats. Constable B had a very good reason for wanting to tamper with the scene of the crime. That's the key to this entire affair.
Mr. Naruhodo, have you managed to solve this mystery?
Yes, that book he gave us. Counsel, you have made a very serious accusation against a London police officer. If you are mistaken, I'm sure I need not point out that your reputation as a lawyer will be irrevocably damaged. With that stark warning in mind, you will now explain to the court the motive for this alleged tampering. Yes, my lord. Constable B's motive for tampering with the crime scene was to hide where the victim fell. Where the victim fell to the ground. This is what this Bobby had to cover up at all costs. What?
Where the victim fell? You mean where she was attacked? What are you talking about? We told you at the very start, didn't we? On a pavement of Briar Road, we saw it happen, remember? It was right here, as if anyone didn't already know.
That's certainly what everybody has been led to believe. But in fact, that isn't where the victim was stabbed at all.
What? What?
I'm beginning to wonder where this tumultuous trial will end, Counsel.
If that's your assertion, then the court is dying to know, my Nipponese friend. Where are you proposing that the crime scene actually took place that evening? Right here. But that's on the opposite side of the road.
I don't understand.
On the evening in question, Mr. Garridov's book fell directly down from the open window above, and your bouquet, Mrs. Beat, never moved at all. What did move was the scene of the crime itself.
Good gracious!
Objection!
Perhaps you haven't been listening to the ample testimony the court has heard. But these witnesses both saw the moment the attack took place.
That's right, I saw it with my own eyes.
It was 5 o'clock in the evening and already dark. There was a typical London fog on the ground. When you saw the incident unfold and ran to the victim's aid, that was actually on the west side of Briar Road.
No, that's not true. It can't have been.
Constable Beat then arranged for you to be absent for a while by sending you for help. And during the 15 minutes you were away, he transplanted the crime scene. He moved all the things shown in this print. The victim herself, the 4 books. He moved everything, in fact, to the pavement on the east side of Briar Road.
Extraordinary.
But the constable overlooked one thing.
What? What did he overlook?
The bouquet, I presume? Exactly.
The prosecution told the court just a few minutes ago about the discovery of the rose bouquet. Lord Van Zeek said it wasn't noticed until the morning, as it lay where the streetlights cast no light.
Yes, it couldn't have been seen in the dark, obviously.
Which is why it was only the bouquet that was found in its original position on the pavement on the west side of Briar Road. And that is the defense's theory about what really happened that evening. How do you respond? Constable Rowley Beat? Yep.
Well, I'm very sorry. I didn't mean to nod off again, but I haven't slept properly in a month. Did I miss anything important?
Oh, Rolly. It isn't true, is it? What the lawyer said is all lies, isn't it? I know it is because you're the most upstanding, righteous man I know.
I had a dream, a terrible dream. All the things I did that night. Everything come out, everything exposed. Only it seems it wasn't a dream at all. Good golly! What on earth is the meaning of all this?
Oh, Rolly, why? Why would you do something like this? Moving a corpse is a criminal offense, isn't it?
Wishing the victim dead should be one too.
Constable, explain yourself. Why would you do this? A respected member of Scotland Yard, your duty is to protect the good people of London town. I can't say, sir. What? I really am ever so sorry about all this. For damaging the Yard's reputation, for everything.
I have a possible explanation for why, on that particular evening, Constable Beat felt compelled to move the scene of the crime. I can think of one reason. What? How could you possibly know? You, a foreigner, presuming to understand the mind of a Scotland Yard policeman. I hate him.
And yet, Lord Van Zeeks, it is this foreigner who has uncovered the startling truth of the matter thus far.
I like you, Judge.
I believe it would be beneficial to the court to hear this extraordinary young lawyer's theory.
I like you, Judge.
Counsel for the defense, if you please.
Yes, my lord.
Now then, I think you had better show us some evidence.
At once, my lord. England, Japan, makes no difference where you come from. Human emotions are the same. And I think I have a fairly good idea of the feelings behind this man's actions. What gives away the motive for
Constable B's unthinkable actions?
his little booklet he gave me? Because he would have had to stay and investigate and miss his dinner. I realize that I'm a foreigner in this land, and I only have just arrived from Japan, which is why all this information about London's so-called bobbies is completely new to me. But I've learned that, though honorable, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world, for example.
Keeping the peace, looking after the citizens on his beat in all kinds of ways. There's no doubt the young Bobby is charged with a great deal to do each day, certainly.
But for Constable Beat, the day in question was special.
Special? How?
On account of this bouquet, my lord.
Oh, yes! It was our very first wedding anniversary.
Constable Beat had worked so hard to be able to afford this simple gift for his wife, and was so looking forward to taking her for a celebratory meal, when he and Mrs. Beat stumbled upon a crime along Briar Road. When he saw that shadowy figure through the fog collapse on the pavement ahead of them, what must have gone through the man's mind?
But sir, just on that one particular day, I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Mrs. Beat puts up with a lot being married to a Bobby like me. Just wanted to show my dear wife how much I care.
This is the warrant card that Constable Beat offered to lend to me earlier. Inside, among the rules for patrolling policemen, it says, when a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. Constable Beat, is that or is that not the reason why you moved the whole scene of that crime that day?
Yes. Everything you said, it's all right.
So that's it. was all to do with the boundary of your beat.
Oh!
Exactly. To summarize, the incident actually occurred on Constable Beat's beat.
Good gracious, Constable, do you realize the gravity of what you've done? It was the first time since I became a copper that I'd ever cursed God. Stay close to me, Pat. The criminal could still be lurking somewhere. As we ran over to the scene, I had every intention of doing my duty as a police officer. Gotta report this to the station as quickly as possible. But then it dawned on me. I realized where we were, where the victim was lying, what that meant for me. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. Why here? Why did this have to happen here? And why tonight, of all nights? Why? It's a copper's job to guard the scene of the crime, so I told Pat she'd have to go to the nearest police box and fetch whoever was on duty there. It was then I opened my mouth to speak. It just came out. I couldn't believe the words that were coming out of my own mouth. This is the next beat to mine, Pat. So you'll have to go to the police box that covers it. Turn right along Mearsome Street. Then...
Oh, buddy.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Buddy just wanted to have his anniversary dinner.
Oh, Constable. I just wanted, just that one night, to take my Patricia out for dinner. Oh, Rowley. Just that one night.
You knew that if the incident was on your beat, your evening of celebration would be ruined, and so you decided to move the entire crime scene outside your jurisdiction, just across the street to the east pavement of Briar Road, which falls under the neighboring Beat's care.
You see, I thought... Well, I was sure the victim was dead, you see. I beg your pardon? Oh, of course he did. Otherwise, my Rolly would never have left the poor woman on the freezing cold pavement. Oh, I see your meaning now.
What did you think?
But God get me back from my sins, didn't he? Got me back. That's why I missed the rose I bought for Pat.
Oh no, Rolly, that was all my fault. I should never have dropped it in such a dark place. I'm so sorry, Rolly.
And can you tell us, Constable, how many books did you move from one side of the road to the other in total?
4 it was. Yes, sir, definitely 4.
3 of them dropped by Mr. Natsume, and the 4th being the one that fell from the window upstairs in the Garrett household, of course.
But what made you place that book in the victim's hand? When all the others were scattered haphazardly around, I mean.
Oh, well, sir, that's because that's how I found it.
How you found it? What do you mean?
When we first ran over to the scene, the victim was already holding the book. So, when I moved everything, I made sure it was still in her hand.
You're sure it was this book, The Lion's Pride, that the victim was holding?
Oh, yes, sir. No doubt about it, sir.
Interesting. I'm telling you, she bent over to pick up the book, and then the knife fell into her back.
I thought it was an open and shut case at the time, you see. There were only 2 people at the scene, and Pat and me both saw it happen. However, which way you looked at it, it had to be the fellow who ran off who done it, I thought. I couldn't see the harm, really. I didn't think moving it all over the road would make a jot of difference. I suppose this is it for me now. I've had it.
My lord.
Yes, Lord Van Zieks.
I believe that concludes the cross-examination of the witnesses. Constable, you may withdraw.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Prosecutor, sir. What will become of my Rolly? What will happen to him?
For now, you are free to go home. The police will contact you in due course.
Please, don't punish my husband. This was all my fault. It's because I'm always moaning at him for coming home late.
Leave it now, Pat. Let's go home. I'm tired.
All right then, my love.
One last thing, Constable.
Sir?
Let this be a lesson to you. In a criminal investigation, every detail matters, however insignificant it may seem to you.
Yes, sir.
Carve that lesson into your mind. And never again make the mistake of tampering with the scene of crime.
Never again, sir? You mean to say...
Leave now. This trial is not yet over.
Sir!
Oh my god. I think we have another cross-examination left in this case.
Well, quite a startling reveal, I must say. Whoever thought of a third party transplanting the entire scene of a crime like that?
Indeed, my lord. Nevertheless, there are some immutable facts here. Principally, that the accused, Mr. Soseki Natsume, is the only person who could have possibly committed this crime. Absolutely not. No, I disagree. Now that we know the true scene of the incident, there is someone else. Another person who could be responsible for the knife in the victim's back.
Forgive me for being presumptuous, but I believe the prosecution is probably well aware of this possibility already.
Lord Van Zieks, is this true?
Very well. Name the person, if you will, and if further investigation is warranted. The prosecution has no objection to the trial continuing.
You will name this other person who could have perpetrated the crime.
Okay, now it's this motherfucker. The defense would once again like to request the cross-examination of a new witness, my lord.
Once again? Once again?
My assistant made the same request earlier. In order to finally reveal the truth about this case, it's imperative that we cross-examination juror number 4, Mrs. Joan Garadeb.
Me? Oh, dearie me.
That request has already been denied. But the situation is very different now. Mrs. Garadeb, answer me this.
What do you want now, you little toad?
At the time of the incident, you were engaged in a violent argument with your husband, Mr. John Garadeb. In the course of the argument, a minor house fire was ignited. And to clear the smoke from the room, your husband opened a window that looks out over Briar Road.
Well, what of it?
You threw this book at your husband when he was cornered with his back against the window. Upon striking the pane of the open top-hinge casement, the book plummeted directly down, finding its way to what we now know to be the true scene of the incident.
Yes, and as I said, what of it?
During the argument, you were beside yourself with rage. As such, you threw not just books, but anything you could lay your hands on. So, let me ask you one more time, Mrs. Garadeb. This knife, the one removed from the victim's back, Have you really never laid eyes on it before?
I don't recall it.
Seriously?
I suppose I am. Am I supposed to remember everything I picked up and threw my husband? And anyway, the man over there in all that regalia said members of the jury needn't testify, didn't he?
Conveniently, yes.
Objection!
No, I have no recollection of saying that at all, juror number 4.
Oh,
Make no mistake, you jurors are not special in any way. You are not immune to the judicial process. If you know something about this knife, madam, let the truth come out.
but that's just a common old garden knife. It could have come from anywhere. We have several like that at home. If one went missing, how would you expect me to know?
What's that? Are you joking? What are you saying, please, Mrs. Garrideb?
Now you listen to me. I refuse to believe all this nonsense. I couldn't bear the thought that I'd injured someone. Do you hear? Couldn't bear it. Oh, the poor woman. So, yes, I want evidence. I want to see hard evidence if you're going to insist on this being my fault. You're going to have to prove to me that I threw that knife if that's what you think. Come along now, chop chop, do your worst.
Well,
Mr. Naruhodo?
I'm gonna sit sideways, but I also don't want to look like I'm looking off in this direction. Like away from the screen. So I'm gonna sit like this. If I had evidence like that, believe me, I would have thrown it at her already. Then take the stand, juror.
Oh!
Prosecution does not object to the defense's request to cross-examine this woman. Thank you, Lord Van Zeeks.
I'm going to have to testify.
Excuse me. Juror number 4, as I'm sure you will appreciate having observed it with your own eyes today, witness testimony can lead to the most extraordinary truths being unearthed, truths of which the witness themselves may not even have been aware.
Oh, dearie me.
So I demand your full, unadulterated testimony, Mrs. Garrideb, and mark my words, in this court of law today, we shall extract the truth. Do you concur, counsels? Certainly, my lord. Oh, that's what I'm hoping for, my lord. This is such a strange feeling. For the first time since arriving in this country, it actually feels real. I'm here in the Old Bailey, and I'm a lawyer. I love him, sweet boy. Witness, state your name and occupation.
Oh, yes, my name is Joan Garrideb. And I'm a juror and such like.
Sounds like even she doesn't know if she's a housewife or a maid or what anymore. Court has decided your testimony is required in order to clarify matters in this case. Do you understand, madam?
Yes, my lord.
You will tell the court everything that took place in your household in the evening in question. And I warn you, do not attempt to hide the truth.
Oh, dearie me.
Chin up, Joni. Nothing to worry about now.
Oh, I didn't know you were here, John.
Wasn't only you in the room that day, old thing, was it? Rather think I ought to testify as well, don't you?
But what about your knee, dear?
Don't you worry about that. Hardly notice it. I'm not the sort of chap to leave a comrade to face disciplinary action alone.
Oh, John. presume you are Mr. John Garadeb?
Yes, sir. Former second lieutenant of the 3rd Regiment of the 4th Northumberland Fusiliers, sir. Seen my fair share of action and now living the quiet life, as it were.
The quiet life? Were you not engaged in an incendiary battle with your spouse on the day in question?
Well, yes, quite.
I believe this may represent a first in the proud history of the British court. Calling a juror to the witness stand is unprecedented. However, the court will hear your testimony now, juror number 4, and that of your husband. You will recount clearly and concisely the events in your home at the time of the incident in question.
Oh my god, I can't speak.
Sir, at once. Yes, on the day you're referring to, the wife and I did have a bit of a skirmish. Can't recall the reason now. Knocked a candlestick over, set fire to the carpet. Soon it had out, though. Got the windows open. Meanwhile, I was picking up whatever I could find to throw at him. Plenty of knives round our place. Can't say I'd notice if 1 or 2 went missing, I'm afraid. If that bally thing in the victim's back was really one of ours, you'd have a job proving it, I think.
You return his... He's so father. Welcome back. I hope your Wi-Fi is better now.
It sounds as though it was quite the battlefield in your household that evening.
Although an entire one-sided assault, it seems.
The enemy caught us on the hop, sir. Had no choice but to dig in and take defensive measures. To be honest, if the enemy had kept shelling us for another minute, we'd have been toast. Of course, a veteran such as myself is only too aware that on every battlefield you're just a gnat's whisker from death at any moment.
I'm glad. Glad you're home. Ugh. Are we still talking about a marital quarrel here? I love him.
Well, I must say I'm dubious that this testimony will shed any light on the origins of this jackknife.
In combat, one's focus narrows such that surroundings are barely noticed. These witnesses may not be able to offer any more than they've testified already. This may be a dead end. Fenzies may well be right.
Well, whatever the chances, we only have this last cross-examination to uncover the truth, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes, I'm afraid so.
Very well, counsel. Begin your cross-examination.
Happily. Alright. Let's see. What's they saying? The day... I mean, I know why. He was just accusing you of cheating. Knocked the candlestick over, set fire to the carpet. Had it out, though. Just picking up whatever I could find to throw at him. Plenty of knives. Barely through... Oops. Is Mr. Garadeb treating everything like a war as a coping mechanism, connecting 2 traumatic situations to make it more bearable? I think you are right. A little bit of the PTSD. Even though the room was on fire?
As far as I was concerned at the time, it was more important to extinguish my anger than the flames. When a woman was to throw, she must throw. That is most certainly not true of the Susato takedown, Mr. Naruhodo.
How did she know I was thinking that? So, please, cast your mind back and try to remember. Was a knife among the items that you threw at your husband that day?
In all honesty, I don't recall. But I feel I must point out that I am no monster. Let me see. Some bread, a cabbage, garlic, a towel, and a sponge, a napkin.
Oh. Hello, sir. You got something to say? Yeah, I know he wasn't cheating. Yeah, I know. He picked up... yeah, it was in the book. And she made conclusions. I said she was accusing him of cheating. Not that he was. He just has a crazy wife. Not that he isn't crazy in his own right, but not quite like her. Do you have something to add, sir? I do remember that from last week. Mr. Garadeb.
Don't shoot. Sorry, I beg your pardon.
Did your wife's remark now just bring something to mind?
Nothing of any significance, no. Just that the barrage of projectiles the old thing launched in my direction was somewhat more solid than she implies. Books, bricks, and a fire poker, I seem to recall.
Ouch.
And the woman's aim is uncanny. She landed a direct hit to my... Good grief, woman, we're not at home now. This is a court of law.
Oh, dearie me, ever so sorry, dear.
What's she even doing with the teapot in here? It's a great question.
Honestly, John, I would have never thrown such things at you, obviously.
Well, take a good look at this, then. How do you suppose that happened? Your pipe, sir. Had this in my hand as usual at the time of the onslaught. Knocked it clean out with one of her soft projectiles, she did, yes. And when I went to pick the thing up, it was broken in two. I'd like to see a sponge do that sort of damage.
I see. Your pipe was broken.
It would never have been sent flying unless it was hit by something pretty solid. Anyway, I've managed to bandage the thing up for now.
Huh, you are one to exaggerate, aren't you, dearie?
I wonder what we should make of this account. It could be important. Because the knife was broken. The defense believes Mr. Garadev's remarks right now to be of great significance. This war veteran's words only tell us one thing. Betray a fiery wife, and pipes as well as hearts may be broken. Sentimental wisdom, perhaps, but hardly worthy of adding to the formal testimony.
Indeed, common sense, one might say.
Might one?
In that case, would you at least permit us to examine the pipe, sir?
Well, I don't see why not.
Oh, dearie me, there you go again, trying to ingratiate yourself with a young lady.
Very well. The court will accept the gentleman's pipe as evidence.
Alright, let's examine that bitch. Oh! There's a chip in the side. There's just a whole bunch. Looks to be in a sorry state with that bandage around it, doesn't it? But for some reason it feels slightly ominous to me. Like it's trying to shout out a warning. Probably because it's the same blue as Mr. Garadeb's dressing gown.
I suppose it must have considerable sentimental value to Mr. Garadeb, given that he's gone to the trouble of repairing it like this.
Either that or he can't afford to replace it. There's a small nick out of the bowl here. Look, it appears to have been made relatively recently.
See how there's little scrapes and dents all over it? It's clearly a well-loved pipe.
Yes, you're right. Seems to be recently that being well-loved goes hand in hand with getting some battle scars. This particular nick is catching my eye, though, because it's clearly new. Ah, there it is! I started GoFundMe so we can buy Garadeb a new pipe and a divorce lawyer. I think that's a well-deserved place to funnel our money. Oh, something just twinkled inside the chamber of the pipe here. Has he been smoking that the whole time and didn't notice?
Yes, I saw it. Something's stuck in there, I think.
Let's turn it over and give it a shake. What's this?
It's a tiny fragment of metal. It looks like the tip of a blade or something.
The tip of a blade? Surely it couldn't be. The fragment of metal has been entered into the court record.
I was just feeling rather disappointed for you and that your request was turned down.
Oh no, that's fine. Thanks to Susato, we have some new evidence to work with. We should examine it carefully. Already done.
Well, thank you for that rebuttal, Mr. Garadeb. Now we can return to the crux of the matter. What can you tell the court about the knife used to attack the victim?
Plenty of knives. Belly thing. You'd have... Here we go. Objection! It's like vaping. Mr. Garadeb, could I ask you to take a good look at this, please?
You can ask, but I can't see a bally thing.
You can't?
Used to call me Dead-Eye Deb back in the regiment, of course. But that was some time ago now.
even when I'm trying to enjoy a large print book by the fire these days. I struggle to tell a B from a D and a P from a Q, to be honest.
Oh, he does, dearie me. It's rather wearing to be asked about every other letter and every other word.
You must be very dizzy. Right, Yunosuke? The sass! What is that? A tiny scrap of metal? Yes, almost certainly from the tip of a blade. And what may appear at first to be just a tiny scrap is in fact a crucial piece of evidence. Interesting. And where did the defense come by this evidence? It was lodged in the chamber of Mr. Garadev's pipe. My pipe, you say? By Jove, I wonder how that got there. And what precisely does this fragment of metal signify, Counsel? Are you suggesting that it is in some way related to the matter of the stabbing on Briar Road? Nobody does that. I am. What? When put together with another piece of evidence already in the court record, I believe this tiny fragment of metal will unravel the whole truth of this case, my lord. The back of his robe is all burnt. You appear rather confident in that extraordinary statement, Counsel. Very well, then, present the pertinent evidence to the court. What evidence, when paired with this fragment of metal, allegedly reveals the truth of this entire case? Take that! This is the knife that was found in the victim's back. If you look closely, you will see that there is a small piece at the tip of the blade that is missing. A common issue with the inferior blades sold at unsavory street markets. Criminals who use them regularly leave the tips lodged in their victims' bones. And what of this particular knife? No doubt its tip has suffered a similar fate, now languishing somewhere near the spine of the victim. No, that's not the case. The tip of this particular knife's blade is the very fragment of metal we discovered in the chamber of Mr. Garadeb's pipe. Oh, that animation. Good grief, Lord Van Zieks. I don't believe it. Look at him. He is the drama. I still hate him, but the knife from the crime scene and this fragment of metal. This face too, is really something. It's or a perfect match. Good golly gosh! That robe. Order! Is this some sort of Eastern sorcery? Oh, shut up. This is no magic, my lord. This is a miracle. A miracle? So Van Zieks has figured it out, has he? Counsel, explain this extraordinary coincidence at once. Yes, my lord. The crucial point we have to ask ourselves here is when did the fragment of metal find its way inside Mr. Garadev's pipe? Something that was clarified for us in the most recent witness testimony. Had this thing in my hand as usual the time of the onslaught. Knocked it clean out with one of her soft projectiles, she did, yes. It would never have been sent flying unless it was hit by something pretty solid. Oh god, the two of them. Oh dearie me. During the argument between these two that occurred just as the victim was on the pavement below, Mrs. Garadeb flung this knife at her husband. However, the knife missed Mr. Garadeb, instead striking the pipe in his hand at the time, which caused the tip to break off, of course. Good lord! Yes, and that is when the tiny tip of the blade found its way inside Mr. Garadeb's pipe. The chances of that are 1,000,000 to 1. And yet, there's no other credible explanation for how the tip of the blade ended in your pipe. Then, after losing its tip, the knife ricocheted off the pipe and flew out the open window. In short, this knife, which fell from the window of the Garadeb's house, is the very same knife that struck the victim in the middle of the back on the street below. Oh gosh, oh dear, oh no! Look at her on a box. I didn't notice she was standing on a crate this whole time. He gets more likable later. I figured he must. I figured he has to have like an Edgeworth-esque redemption arc where he's just like what's the word? Insufferable at the beginning, and then eventually you get to see his tragic backstory, softer side. A full-bodied theory, I'll give you that. A complex bouquet of seemingly trivial points, plausibly arranged to create an almost passable vintage. Don't throw it at the lamp again. Allow me to toast my loaded friend's characteristically Nipponese approach to bottling his argument. Sorry? But after all, this is just a theory. A game theory. The bottle, I fear, is corked. Because you see... Stop doing that, my man. It's spoiled by an insurmountable inconsistency. An insurmountable... What?
Lord Van Zeeks, explain yourself.
I really... Can we just be done, y'all?
What is this inconsistency you claim to have identified?
An inconsistency of the simple nature, my lord. The victim was found with a knife planted in the middle of her back. Yeah, she bent over to pick up the book, and the knife, boop! Yes, in her... Stop slapping him! That's right, you silly little man.
Now, Joan, old thing, what are you getting so excited about?
Let us consider the basic facts of the case once more. The victim was walking along the pavement before being stabbed in the back and falling to the ground. If the knife that struck her had fallen from above, there's no possible way it could have planted itself into the victim's back. Ryu, it's okay. I promise. We are good.
Quite right, you see. That's exactly right. If the knife had fallen from her above, it would have struck her on the top of her head.
Well, this is easy. Easy. Alright, shut up, guys. I don't care.
It would appear the defense has made a rather spectacular blunder.
If the theory is even one inconsistency, it cannot stand. I don't know about that, my man. Your theory, my lorded friend, is history. No, it's not, you dumb ass. We were so close. I could see the truth. I was so sure we were on the right track. You are! But now the way has been blocked completely by just one simple inconsistency. Or, in other words...
We simply need to eliminate that one inconsistency and the theory will stand.
Miss Usato.
You mustn't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. You were just caught off guard, that's all, and your mind went blank. But if the path you were on is indeed correct, then a way will present itself. The key to this is in the court record, I'm sure. All the information you need is there.
It seems you have nothing to say, my Nipponese friend. Well, your silence speaks volumes. A tacit acceptance of that your theory is fatally flawed. Objection! Objection!
Objection!
Thank you. You can unscrunch yourself. This inconsistency doesn't mean I was on the wrong track. It means I need to sharpen my mind and dig deeper for the truth. It's a test. Yes. If the knife fell on the victim from above, there's no way that it could have hit her in the middle of her back. Under normal circumstances, that is. What are you implying?
Counsel.
There is a piece of evidence in the court record that can explain this inconsistency. That can explain how the knife that fell from above could have pierced the victim's back. We already have the answer.
Goodness! Utter madness! Surely this must be the last time.
Yeah, please.
Counsel, present the evidence of which you speak.
I gotta remember if it's the book or the crime scene photo, but this is the last inconsistency. The one final piece of the puzzle. If I can successfully make sense of this, the truth will be laid bare at last. The evidence that explains is... Nope. This was in the victim's hand when Miss Beat first ran over to see what happened. Yeah, it's gotta be you.
Take that!
This, the fourth book found at the scene, is the final piece of evidence the defense will present. The burnt book. Things we need to get Garrideb in the GoFundMe. A new pipe, a new rope, a new book, a divorce lawyer, a new wife, or a maid. You could just get him a maid, an actual maid. I think that's... Oh, and a new copy of this book. That's the other one. Oh, that's already in your list. You're ahead of me. I'm losing my mind.
This is not Mr. Is this not Mr. Garrideb's book?
Yes, and to understand its significance, we have to consider how it came to be at the scene in the first place. This photographic print clearly shows the book in question, and the victim holding it in her hand. But as we know now, it was the police constable that put the book between her fingers like that.
Quite so, as part of his wholesale transplanting of the crime scene to the opposite end of the road.
That's true, however. As part of his testimony, Constable Beat made an extremely enlightening statement on that point. But what made you place that book in the victim's hand?
Oh, well, sir, that's because that's how I found it. When we first ran over to the scene, the victim was already holding the book. So, when I moved everything, I made sure it was still in her hand.
In other words, the victim had already picked up the book of her own volition. We hired that one chick from the McGilda case. She's in the what's his name? What's her name? Lestrade. I had to remember the Sherlock Holmesy name. Yeah, Lestrade. I feel like she'd be a little too sassy for him, but they might have a little fun repertoire back and forth. And clearly this must have been before she suffered the knife wound.
Well, I should say so. After being attacked with a knife, I don't imagine she'd been in much of doing anything.
So the question becomes, why did the victim have that book in her hand?
By jingo!
No, Major was the thing. Gina would never. Major was the thing. I am not sure who you are referring to. Major in 1 through 5. This is the only major. So, oh wait, no. There was one in the last case. You're right. She was like juror 2. I think I know who you're talking about. I don't have her name, obviously, but
I think I'm beginning to see what may have happened now.
oh dearie me.
We know that the book fell from the top floor of the Garrideb household onto the pavement below, at precisely the moment that the victim was walking past.
Yes, that exact moment. The young woman was walking along the street in the light fog, when all of a sudden, a book fell right in front of her.
The book I threw.
Yes, Miss Garrideb, and what do you think the woman did? What would you do if you were walking along and suddenly a book landed in front of you on the pavement?
Well, I really can't imagine it, but I suppose she might have reached down.
Oh my god. I got really scared. My computer shut off for a second when it switched. Braided girl obsessed with cleaning up. I knew she was in case 3 because of a comment. Yes. Yes, you're right.
And picked the book up. She's so cute. She got the cutest little face in that picture.
Yes, that's exactly what the woman in fact did. She picked up the book.
Oh heavens.
And when the woman reached down to pick up the fallen book, what position would her back have been in? That's right, facing the sky, completely and utterly defenseless. Then, in the very next moment, while the woman was still bent over picking up the book, poor thing, the next object fell from the room above, the jackknife, straight into the middle of her back. And at that same time, walking by chance directly behind Miss Green, was the defendant, Mr. Soseki Natsumi.
I never.
It appeared to Mr. Natsumi that the woman simply collapsed on the floor, in the dark and the fog. He didn't see the knife falling on her from above.
Ah!
And from the other direction, the constable and his wife saw no one but the victim and her parent attacker.
There never was a real culprit to run from the scene in the first place.
No, this was nothing more than a series of unlikely events that culminated in an unfortunate accident. And that is the real truth behind this case. Well, Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb? The very first time you showed me that knife, I had my suspicions. Then fucking admit it. I wondered if perhaps it might have been something like that.
There, old bean.
Poor Mrs. Garadeb. No, not poor Mrs. Garadeb. Of course, I never meant for anything of the sort to happen, but it was all my fault, wasn't it? I take full responsibility. I let my anger get the better of me. I threw that book, and I threw the knife as well. John, dear.
It's all right, I know.
I'm ever so sorry. Truly. I'm sorry. All right, lady. Oh, boy. What a position.
Lord Van Zeeks, what news of Mrs. Garadeb?
She's been taken to the infirmary. It would appear that today's events have left her in an especially flustered state. However, I believe she will recover in due course. There is no cause for concern. They do that all the time in this series, though. So, like, they did that in the, like, second case, too, with the Russian girl who killed Kazuma. Like, it's like, no, she fucking pushed him and pushed him on purpose. Like, I know she's a kid, but it's also like, I don't feel bad for her. She murdered my boyfriend.
Unbeknownst to themselves, they caused what could have easily been a terrible tragedy. They shall have to prepare themselves for the consequences of their actions.
There is some good news, however, my lord. I have just had word from the hospital where the victim is being treated. Her condition is improving steadily, and the doctor believes she will regain consciousness soon. It's strange. We've been talking about the victim all this time, but we've never once met her. How wonderful! The woman is out of danger, it seems. Yes, that is good news.
So, Mr. Soseki Natsumi.
God. Yes! I can't figure out my voice for him.
On behalf of my fellow countrymen, I would like to take the opportunity to beg your pardon, sir. You came from your distant eastern homeland to study our great British culture, and have been repaid with immeasurable unkindness. Please accept our heartfelt apologies.
No, it's me who should be begging your pardon. Oh, no, Mr. Natsumi. That evening, when the young woman just collapsed on the pavement before my eyes, I jumped to the wrong conclusion again in my confusion.
What conclusion, sir?
I was sure that the woman was dead. Yes, Constable Beat said the same thing, didn't he? He thought she had been killed too. I suppose she must have looked completely lifeless. It's been about a year since I arrived in Great Britain now, but I still can't get used to life here. I can't relax. I'm sure there are evil spirits lurking in the fog. Like, they're haunting me. Poor Suseki-san. His imagination really has got the better of him. Yes, poor man. So, when that happened, I thought the young woman had been taken by the fog spirits. I should never have dropped my books like that and run away. I should have called for help, for a doctor, for the police. Instead, I managed to create a rift in the relationship of trust between our two empires. Next case is better than this one in terms of morals and story. Only issue is you get lectured on stereoscopes over and over. Fair. This game likes to do that, where they just like pick a weird thing and make you talk about it over and over again. I have trauma from the one DLC case in the original trilogy with the fucking Blue Badger videotape thing. Nothing could be worse than that. I'll take lectures of stereoscopes over that any day. One could indeed say that some sort of mischievous spirit has been at work here, I think. One that created a chain of unfortunate mishaps. Oh. We were befooled by this spirit and led to false conclusions. But thanks to Lord Van Zieks and our young lawyer here from the east, that chain has now been broken and the spirit exorcised. I heartily commend you both. Oh. Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Yes, my lord. In concluding this trial, I must ask one last time for your decisions regarding the defendant's culpability. And are you ready to present your findings to the court? Okay, now the ad is done. I was saying how the series of games likes to, lecture you on or make you do the same thing over and over and over again. And I was saying how I will take being lectured over stereoscopes multiple times over the Blue Badger videotape case from the original trilogy, the DLC case, where you have to do the video over and over and over again with that terrible music. I will take that any day. I got trauma from that. It was, oh lord, it was one of the worst cases maybe ever. As the foreman of the jury, I can assure you we've reached a fair and just conclusion. I do declare the truth can be extremely cruel at times. Well, I didn't suspect the woman next to me, that's for sure. Sitting in for the old bean while she's out of action, but I know what a decision would be. Does this mean I'll finally be able to get out of here and start work? Well, it's about time. I say, I'll have a corker of a story to tell the grandchildren when I get home, won't I? At least the stereoscopes were fun, because cute little Iris is telling you about them. Oh, well then, fuck yeah. I'm excited. Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. I hereby demand your final decisions. Mr. Foreman.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
I don't know how they got that installed with fire code and all. Very well, Mr. Soseki Natsumi, I hereby pronounce you not guilty. Oh, this too, with the fire code. Did we not learn from London Burning? London has burned. Let's get it together, people. And finally, Mr. Natsumi. Oh, yes, Lord Sir. You are now a free man once more. It is my hope that you will continue to further your education in British culture. And may you never again be brought before me. Oh, yes, sir, of course. On my life, I swear I'll never set foot in a courtroom again. I'm transported to tears. They were still putting cocaine in their soda. You're not wrong. Thank you, counsel. This court is adjourned. Bye, Santa Claus. See you next time. After 4 investigation phases. It's only 3 p.m.
Oh, Locum!
Wait, you mean me?
Of course! Is there another Locum here?
Is there even one? Or is there even one? I don't know how to emphasize that. Compared to the original locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, your name has become rather short, hasn't it? What's wrong with using my actual name? Oh, at last! I'm free! I'm free!
Joyful, joyous, jubilant, jubilation.
Oh, is that him? Okay.
Heady, hearty, happiness, hurrah!
Oh, I'm pleased. Mr. Natsumi is delighted. Would it be so hard just to say that, then?
Locum, you did it! You saved me from the brink!
Well, what happened to the poor woman was in no way your fault, after all. I'm just glad everyone can see that now.
No, 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 not that! Lovely, loyal, Locum, lawyer.
Yes.
I mean, as I said before, I've never gotten used to life here in Britain. Every time I look over my shoulder, I see foreigners. I see towering brick buildings. And from high up windows, I see them looking down on me, laughing. Look at that little hunchback.
Oh dear, I'm sure it's all in your head, Mr. Natsumi.
But today, you, Locum lawyer, gave my gloom the boot. You stood firm behind that baronial bench before all those babbling British. You battled to the bitter end, laying bare the baffling truth. And what I beheld, the blinding fireworks among the beams of the Bailey's roof, I bellowed, "Behold the best barrister ever born!"
Well, that's very flattering, and we're very pleased for you.
This has given me a wonderful anecdote to recount to my old friends back in Japan.
An anecdote? Is that what's become of all my hard work? Ryunosuke.
Oh, there you are, my dear fellows.
Oh my god, it's you. Oh no, I apologize for keeping you waiting. I rose late this morning. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, what a pleasure to see you. I see I'm here not a moment too soon. Disaster has been averted, I'm glad to say. Oh! The trial shall begin presently, Mr. Naruhodo. I wish you the very best of luck. It's just finished.
What? No!
Then my haste was in vain.
Ah! It's you! Airlock Sholmes!
Oh, have we met, sir? This is Mr. Natsumi? The man you had arrested, Mr. Sholmes? Ah, I see. I failed to recognize you at first. Our previous encounters have taken place in the gloom, either of you, your bleak lodgings, or that prison cell. Gonna have to leave his Shakespearean twink boyfriend behind when he leaves for Japan. I simply couldn't place that curious face in the light. Charming.
This is all your fault, Airlock Sholmes. You're the reason I had to go through this terrible ordeal. I'm going to give you a piece of my mind.
My apologies, sir, but I assure you, I have placed you now. You're the fellow who abandoned that poor young lady and ran off, are you not? Had she been taken to hospital more urgently, I fear perhaps she would have regained consciousness by now.
Oh.
But it was unavoidable, I'm sure. We are but human, after all. Anyone would have been shaken by such an experience. Soseki and the Shakespeare twink are so fruity. I don't think I've met the Shakespeare twink yet. I'm very excited. It's appropriate because Soseki is a Poe twink. An Edgar Allan Poe twink.
I do feel very badly about how I behaved.
Well, never mind. Now then, what was it you wanted to say to me, sir?
Nothing.
Priceless. Oh, I am sorry, really, but that was quite priceless. Poor Soseki-san. Still, on the bright side, you've had an extremely entertaining experience without paying a penny. And, it would seem, you were not even found guilty.
But there is no bright side.
Whatever do you mean, Mr. Natsumi?
Even after this, I'm still cursed by the spirits and now by the Reaper.
Lord Van Zeeks, I've been thinking about that.
I haven't forgotten, you know, what facing that man in court means. Even if you're found not guilty, you're still doomed. It will be
all right, Mr. Natsumi. If the Reaper appears trying to make trouble, I will protect you. Hiya! Oh, why did you throw me? With a perfectly executed Susato takedown. Much as I like being turned on my head, a bit of a warning might be nice next time, Miss Susato. Oh my god, you're right! I do remember him now! Oh, I didn't know about that author. So my bad. He was the mustache and the hair. This gave me very Edgar Allan Poe. I did not know there was an actual author by this name. Good to know. Thank you for informing me. So, Mr. Natsume, what do you intend to do now? You and your ham pocket square. You mentioned something about recounting your experiences to your friends back in Japan.
Yes, I intend to return to my homeland soon.
Oh!
It had already been a year since I arrived here in Great Britain. I've visited universities, libraries, bookshops, been honored with the tutelage of professors. I've learned so much about the wealth of literature here, and the city it has shaped. And I've come to realize that it is my calling to sail home and tell my fellow countrymen about it.
That's very touching, Mr. Natsumi. Or, in perhaps less veiled terms, you wish to withdraw halfway around the world to escape the terror of the Reaper's curse.
It's not that at all! The more I learn of literature, the more this strange feeling claws at my insides. I feel compelled to return to my roots and attempt to pen a work of my own.
Oh my god, he just is the author! Oh, I see. A work of literature by Soseki-san. Could be an interesting read. His favorite poses is based on a famous photo of the man. This is classical Japanese literature. Most people won't know him. I'm gonna have to look him up. I'm gonna put it in my phone now because I'll forget. But definitely need to look up this Soseki Natsumi. All right, things to Google when I'm laying in bed later. What about Miss Susato and yourself, Mr. Naruhodo? Sorry, what about us? Will you return to Japan alongside your moustached compatriot? Why would we? A week has not yet passed since we arrived in London. And only now does it feel as if we've finally found our feet. And you are accompanied in a hotel at present. Accommodated in a hotel at present, are you not? That's right, but we need to find lodgings before it bankrupts us. I've calculated we can only afford another 10 nights before our entire budget is exhausted.
Well then, you could take my lodgings.
Oh, the windowless room?
But what it lacks in windows, it more than makes up with a floor and ceiling and walls.
Great.
And of course, I'd be happy to leave behind the accursed evil spirit.
Oh my, an evil spirit. Oh, it's his cat, is it not?
Oh yes. It tries to suffocate you while you sleep. It's an infallible wake-up call.
We'll think about it, if that's all right. Perhaps I can offer a more welcome alternative. Would you consider taking lodging with me?
Absolutely, yes.
Really? Well, a vacancy has conveniently presented itself, though it is up in the attic, I might add. Are you sure it isn't just a storage loft? I spoke with the landlady this very morning on the matter of price, and Iris is cleaning the room as we speak. You must come at once. I presume you have no luggage to speak of.
Oh, this is simply wonderful. What an honor to be invited to take lodgings in the great detective's office's attic. I'm too overcome for words.
So suggesting we look elsewhere is out then. Then it's settled. Iris will prepare a welcome dinner this evening. And you must come too, Mr. Natsumi. I insist.
I don't know what to say, but thank you, and yes.
Wonderful. Then I'll go and complete the paperwork for your formal release, Mr. Natsumi. It shan't take long.
Somebody's happy.
Locum, I knew that you wouldn't let me down. I'm truly delighted to have met you here in London.
Likewise, Mr. Natsumi. It's been a privilege Did I say that right? Privilege. Meeting you too. It's a shame that we're going to have to say goodbye so soon.
Well, I've come to realize that I belong in Japan. But, Locum, we'll meet again one day.
Yes, I'm sure. And hopefully by then, I'll be a successful lawyer.
Hopefully by then, I'll be a successful author.
Goodbye, Mr. Ham and Cheese Pocket Square. Well, my dear fellow, our carriage appears to have arrived.
Shall we go, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes, Mr. Sholmes. I've little doubt Mr. Natsumi will be released in time for dinner this evening. Oh yeah, Susato is the purest embodiment of fangirl. And so, with Soseki-san's innocence successfully established, we rode with Mr. Sholmes to what was to become our new home, 221B Baker Street. Cutscene? No, okay. I'm really scared that they're gonna fucking kill Suseki. Like his boat's gonna sink or something. So this is to be our new office. Yes. Our office? I rather like the sound of that. Me too. It's simply wonderful, isn't it? I hope you could see this, Kazuma. It's only a small step, but I like to think we're getting a little closer to your dream now. So, my dear fellows, do you like the place? Oh my god! This outfit. Nobody look at me. Thank you so much. It's a delightful room, Mr. Sholmes. I simply adore it. I can't look at him. Good, I'm pleased to hear it. Iris and I are delighted to welcome you.
I hope everyone's hungry. It's nearly time for dinner. We'll eat as soon as Mr. Natsumi arrives. We have a lot to celebrate. Iris, you must let me help you. All right then, Susie. You could be in charge of the salad.
The most grabbable waste. You're exactly right. But oh my god.
Splendid.
Oh god, I'm alone with this man and his handsome outfit. Oh no. I am legit blushing. I don't know what this fictional man is doing to me. So, Mr. Naruhodo, how does it feel? I was so taken off guard by this outfit. Holy shit. To have your own office in the capital. It's very exciting, actually. I can't help wondering what adventures await us. Is that Sume? Okay. Apologies. Thank you. Those were precisely my sentiments when I first established my office in these premises. I think I've been switching between them accidentally. At one point I was definitely saying Natsume, and I've just been fucking it up. My brain no work. Until I discovered the dark truth about the city of London, that is. Sorry? London is a glorious place, full of wonder, opportunity, prosperity, and mirth. But the brightest of lights casts the darkest of shadows. Shadows? What do you mean? Well, I believe you're well aware of the murkiness that lies behind London's facade already. So, once again, Mr. Naruhodo, welcome to London. I can't. I cannot. Of course, at the time, I had no idea of the significance of those words Mr. Sholmes so casually spoke. But it wasn't long before my turn came to lift the facade and see the true depth of the murk that lay behind it. Oh my gosh. Almost everyone sims for Herlock. I moved to a different blonde twink. Actually, several of them. This game feeds me with the blonde twinks. I knew, like, people really simped for him. Like, I had seen stuff about it. But up until this moment, I hadn't seen it. And holy crap. That really... The Hounds of Baskervilles. Alright, that'll be probably the next 2 to 3 weeks. We'll be finishing this game. Holy crapola. Let's leave. Goddamn, I love this fucking game. Every single time I finish a stream, I just like wax poetic. Why did it clear the fucking chat? I hate Twitch. When do I stream? I stream every Friday night, starting at about 6:37 Eastern Standard Time. It's basically the only time I stream because I got a full-time job and also I'm in grad school. So this is when I stream every Friday. Thank you so much for hanging out. I appreciate all your insights and information about the characters and this game is so good. I am excited to finish it. And then eventually, I'm probably not going to get to the second game for a while because Spooky Scary Month is approaching and I will be doing some horror games for like September and October. But then we'll be back on it. And then hopefully by the time I finish this game, the next game, we will be close to the remastered second trilogy coming out so I can play Dual Destinies and Spirit of Justice. And I can say I played every Ace Attorney game. And I can check this off my list. You're going to start school again on Tuesday? Good luck! You'll talk your ear off next case. I'm excited for it. Hit me with those hyperfixations. I love it. Good luck with starting school. Have you played Investigations as well? I have. I played both of them. I actually have all of the games on my YouTube channel, Born from the Ashes. I have all my VODs from all the games. But the last game I played right before this was Investigations 2. So we've done both of them. So yeah, the literally only games I have left are finishing this one, the second Great Ace Attorney game, and then the last 2 Phoenix Wright games. And then I kind of have played the whole franchise. And then I feel extra comfortable actually reading fanfiction because I will know who all the characters are. I want to really dive into the fanfiction, and I've started it a little bit, but I don't know any of the I don't know some of the characters because I don't know who Athena is. I kind of know who tangentially who Athena is, but I need to play Investigation. I do have a Discord. My name on there is Born from the Ashes. I don't know how to. They got rid of the stupid. The smart way that they used to do it. Let me see if I can. No. My username is Born from the Ashes. Feel free to search me. I don't know. It seemed like you knew Cody. I'm in Cody's Discord as well. I'm one of his mods. So you can always also find me in that list. My profile picture is Miles and Phoenix being dumbasses. But yeah, thank you so much for hanging out. I really appreciated you chatting and sharing your insights. But anyway, I'm gonna go to bed because I'm tired and I gotta run in the morning because fuck my life. So, thank you all for hanging out and joining stream. I very much appreciate it. I hope you guys all have an incredible, amazing, fantastic rest of your Friday night and an incredible, amazing, fantastic weekend. And I will see you guys all next week, okay? Goodbye. Goodbye.